from your day-to-day challenges and to see how others are addressing the same challenges. Now, I do have a couple of administrative remarks before we start. First of all, the internet, I have been announced that there are 3 internet links that you can use, and all of them have the same password, like welcome.com. So these 3 access points, if I don't know exactly which they are, but I think they should appear on your screen when you search for them. The second point is about the presentations. Several representatives here, they asked for the entire set of presentation to be distributed. And we would like to ask you if there is somebody who has any problem with his or her presentation being shared. So if that is the case, please come to our desk there, the technical desk, and tell us if you have a problem with the presentation, with your presentation to be distributed. Otherwise, the entire package will be distributed after the conference. Okay? Good. So, without further ado, slide number 7, please. Today, what are we going to do? We are going to continue with session 4, which is coming. So the session 4 is about enhancing Ioris functionalities to meet current and future threats. And okay, thank you. And to pass this information to you, we created a very interesting and rewarding panel today, which will be led by Mr. Sergio Brighton, our colleague in Primario, which is our interoperability, innovation and security, as well as shared manager, who will moderate this session. Afterwards, we'll have a session on the future Ioris governance, which I am going to lead. That will be also an interesting, but also very condensed topic, so we'll have to go through it before the lunch break, because there are 2 parts of this session. And then after the coffee, it will be a session on partners active in the region, as well as the final debrief on IOMEX. After the lunch break, please, we are going to have a more interactive, even more interactive session, which will be performed in syndicates. And here, we refined a little bit more the syndicates than they are now in the agenda, because we separated them in 2, the first one and the second one, as you can see on the screen. So the first one will address mainly the policy aspects, developments with Ioris, whereas the second one will address more the IT developments. So you have been presented with how we propose you to go to different syndicates, but of course it's your choice which syndicate you are more inclined to attend. Okay? Syndicate 2, it's about maritime safety and coordination, and it will be led by Commander Thomas Rostand. And we are going to support the commander on that regard, whereas the Syndicate 3 will focus on operation and exercises, and we divided this into a discussion more focused on the Navy's cooperation and another one on the Coast Guard cooperation. At the end of these syndicates, which will be for the entire afternoon, we would like to draw some conclusions, and we are going to present them. So the people that have been mentioned here in the brackets, they will also present us with the conclusions of their syndicates. And at the end of it, of the conference, we will have some concluding remarks from the Colonel Atala, who is the Chief of Staff of the Seychelles Defense Forces, Mr. Van Gogh, who is going to present his closing remarks representing the EU delegations in Seychelles, and at the end, our director, Mr. Martin Kauki-Inglot, will finalize it by his concluding remarks. So that will be all from my side. Without further ado, if there are no questions on the administrative aspects, on the way we crafted the day, I will pass the floor to Sergio. Sergio, please.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished guests and participants, colleagues. I don't know why they always do this to me, you know. I'm a very short guy and they put me behind this kind of thing. So I'll speak on this side so I look taller. So welcome to the most exciting session of this conference. We will try to deliver. So this is a conference about the future of Ioris, what we would like Ioris to be, what are the developments that we are foreseeing, what are our expectations, and what are the main drivers of the future of Ioris. So when I think about Ioris, when we think about Ioris, by the way, I'm the person in the team responsible for innovation, interoperability, and cybersecurity, and also the Share It Off Manager, which is an initiative I will be talking to you about in an instant. So as I was saying, when we think about Ioris and the future trends, there are some things that we need to keep in mind. One of them is fitness for purpose, of course. The most important thing, the system needs to do what the users need it to do. It needs to add value to users. Then we need a trustworthy system, okay? It's a technology that all of us need to trust. If we don't trust this technology, we will not use it, we will not share information, and then it's completely useless. So trustworthiness, it's a keyword, very important keyword that we need to have in mind. Last but not least, sustainability. Sustainability is very much important. We are not spending a lot of money for something that, in the end of the day, we cannot maintain. So this is very much important. Another important topic for you to keep in mind is synergies. We are not willing to duplicate what is already out there. We are willing to add value to what is already out there. In the end of the day, to facilitate the lives of the operators, of the operation centers, because they are dealing on a day-to-day basis with real situations. They have lots of technology, lots of systems, so the last thing they want is another system complicating their lives and hampering their decision-making process and their effectiveness in the end of the day. So Ioris and Crimario are looking for adding value to what is already out there, and a lot of the things that we already have in place have that goal in mind. Last but not least, cutting-edge technology. Technology is developing by the day. Every day we have new features, new services. Satellite-based services are the trend of today. And therefore, pirates and maritime criminality are always evolving by the day. They can be very creative, as we all know. So we need to take the advantage of the technology that is out there, and we need to develop a system that can take advantage of this technology and therefore put the operation centers, the good guys, in the cutting edge as well, and trying to fill in the gap that the creativity of maritime pirates and other criminals have, which they can have, and we know they can have when they are doing their activities. So these are all important things, so I'll just recap. So fit for purpose, trustworthy, sustainable, cutting edge, adding value. So all of these are very important things that I'd like you to keep in mind. These are key messages for you. This is what we are trying to achieve, and this is the spirit of Crimario and the spirit behind the development of Ioris and associated technologies. So without further ado, I will introduce our panel of excellency. with Mr. Andrew Howe from Skylight that will be talking to us about Skylight data analysis overlay. Mr. Dave Newbury from the Maritime Intelligence Fusion Center Pacific that will be talking to us about maritime domain awareness and unclassified commercial tools. Myself, which I'll be talking to you about satellite services, and Dave Natras, which will be talking to us about Ioris version 4, what to expect. So we are all looking forward to seeing your novelties. And cybersecurity, Mr. Mark Rotherham from BCN, which is the company behind the development and support of Ioris. So without further ado, I will give the floor to Andrew. Andrew, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Excellencies, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks very much to the Ioris Cremario team for having us at this conference and workshop, and also to all the participants. We know that a lot of hard work has gone into getting here today, but of course, a lot of the real work continues on, and going back to our different respective teams to kind of take what learnings we've had here and being able to put them into practice. So I'm from Skylight. We're based out of the Allen Institute for Artificial Intelligence. We're a nonprofit organization focused on advanced analytics, primarily artificial intelligence. So today I'm going to be talking about artificial intelligence for maritime domain awareness. Next, please. Just a little background on Skylight. We've developed data and a tool for identifying suspicious behavior, or really just interesting behavior that could be non-compliant or potentially illegal. Skylight doesn't tell you what is illegal or not. We're not the experts for global regions. These are the folks in the room here today who can use this tool to make an assessment. Skylight's vision is really based off of having a healthy ocean and productive resources for communities globally around the world. The vision comes from Paul Allen, who is the co-founder of Microsoft, who developed Skylight and funds Skylight. Though we learned throughout this conference, especially the gentleman from Interpol, Mario, provided us the nice slide of the iceberg of illegal fishing and all the associated criminal activity that can be associated. So while I'll talk primarily about illegal fishing, we're very happy for Coast Guards, navies, regional agencies to be using the data for all sorts of maritime crimes, because we know that they're associated and relevant to one another. Skylight's developed a web platform and also an API, and really the focus today is about that API, and it's a way for us to share our data in other platforms. So the announcement for today is that there'll be Skylight data within Ioris, so that as part of creating incidents, day-to-day MDA, you can also leverage the data provided by Skylight to identify these moments of interest, these potentially suspicious activities in your work. The data that we put into Skylight, we try to have in as near real time as possible. It takes some time for whether it be an AIS message or satellite data to get to a ground station, what have you, and into the platform. But some of the data is available in as little as 15 minutes. Other satellite imagery and whatnot, depending on the place of the world, can take between 2 and 6 hours. But we want to be able to provide this data so that people can take real-time decisions about where to send assets, where not to send assets, and both for during an operation, but also planning. Skylight is provided at no cost. We are mission-driven and a nonprofit, as I mentioned. So for access to these data, whether it be through Ioris or not, we provide this at no cost because really we're trying to fulfill a mission of supporting healthy oceans. Next, please. A few different use cases. So these are not all of the use cases, and you may have your own ways of using Skylight, but whether it's for management and protection of a marine protected area, for EEZ management, or even outside of EEZs like the JMA that we recently discussed over this conference, national fleet management, making sure that AIS, or vessels are configuring their AIS correctly. All of these are different use cases, and it's all part of what's fun for me is seeing how the different agencies that are using Skylight really adapt the tool and the data to suit their needs. Next, please. So Ioris Skylight complementarity, why would we be coordinating and collaborating with Ioris? Skylight is focused on these advanced technologies and data, but we're not an operational information sharing tool, which is clearly one of the strong strengths of Ioris. And so we understand that these issues, illegal behaviors, don't just sit in one EEZ. They may go into another or into the high seas. And so that regional coordination is critical to effective enforcement. And so Skylight does not offer this, but Ioris does. And so it's only a natural fit for Skylight data to be incorporated into Ioris for the use by various agencies. Also, we don't have kind of the saved history and kind of evolution of inquiry into suspicious activities for that kind of legal finish. We're focused again just on providing the data, but once again, Ioris is kind of providing that can be taken into the court of law and is a much more kind of authoritative source. Next, please. Oh, go back one, please. Sorry, excuse me. Here, I just want to point out kind of what we're seeing in Skylight. So I'll go into these a little bit, but here, just outside of the Seychelles EEZ on the northeast part, we have identification of fishing from an unknown Taiwanese vessel that's entered into the EEZ. And then on the outside, we have what we're calling a dark rendezvous, where we have a fish carrier that we don't have another vessel alongside of it, probably because it doesn't have its AIS turned on. Thanks for enlarging. Yeah, perfect. So just kind of the idea of the data that we'll see in Skylight. Go ahead, next, please. So a sample of Skylight capabilities. As I understand, Ioris is taking an iterative approach to adding Skylight data into the platform and starting with a few functionalities first. So the first one is this dark rendezvous event. And this is a potential transshipment. So what Skylight is doing with artificial intelligence is looking at the tracks of vessels and identifying when a vessel is potentially making a transshipment. So here we see the vessel is traveling southeast at a fairly rapid pace. It slows down, turns around, it's going slow in a relatively straight line, and then it continues on its way. What happened in this instance? I can't tell you because I don't have the satellite imagery there, but we're highlighting this as a potentially suspicious event where this vessel is likely making a transshipment. It's always up to the analyst to look at this data to understand, is this illegal? Is this something that needs further research? Do I have more information about it? But instead of looking at the last known position of vessels always, Skylight's trying to highlight these interesting moments. And then it's up to you as the analysts and operators to determine if further action should be taken. Next, please. One other example of how this data can be used is to kind of highlight the elevated risk of a vessel. So we've talked a little bit about Port-State Measures Agreement. In this case, partners in South Africa had a vessel coming into port and looking at its history, had a number of dark rendezvous just before coming into port. Sure enough, conducted an inspection and the vessel had a significant amount more of fish than it was allowed to be bringing in. So able to find the vessel, and Skylight didn't say that all of these activities happened or that it had done something illegal. It just elevated that level of suspicion for this particular instance. Next, please. Skylight also does dark vessel detection, and in this case, it's synthetic aperture radar. In the new year, I'll speak about it momentarily, about some news sources, but here we're looking at the red icons are vessels that have been detected that are not transmitting AIS. And this is through the European Space Agency's Sentinel-1 constellation. And we're seeing red icons that are vessels not correlated to AIS, gray icons that are correlated to AIS. So just one way that teams can understand if planning a patrol or other activities where there is vessels in that proximity. And with this imagery here, we can detect vessels at about the 10 to 15 meter length. And Ideally we'd be finding all vessels down to 2 or 5 meters, but this is the capabilities that technology allows. And it's a computer vision model that identifies these vessels as opposed to an analyst looking at a huge gray screen trying to pick these out. Skylight does that work for you. And this data will be coming into Ioris soon. Next, please. Finally, just wanted to talk a little bit about fishing detection in Skylight. So fishing identified by Skylight, or what it detects, is a few different types: purse seining, trawling, squid jigging, and long lining. So we have a couple examples here, and actually the one in the center of the screen is a recent development in Ioris. I think it's still in the works, but just an example of how you'll be able to see that information. Very similar how it's described in Skylight. So in Skylight in the top right, same type of data. There we're seeing in the top right one, trawling within the 2 nautical mile border of Madagascar, or coastline of Madagascar, which is illegal. So some people say, well, people just turn off AIS when they're doing something wrong. Indeed, oftentimes, which is why we have satellite data, but here's an example of clear incursion. Next, please. Just touch on these for just a moment each, but upcoming in 2023, next please, we have some more satellite imagery that we'll be providing, in this case electro-optical from the Landsat 8 and also Sentinel-2 satellites. Oftentimes this coverage is near continental coastlines, so Seychelles not benefiting as much. Tanzania, Somalia, Madagascar all have much better coverage. Perhaps we as a community can ask the European Space Agency to extend it. We'll see how this goes, but hopefully able to identify smaller vessels. In this case, we're seeing paratrawlers, and in the image, just barely, you can also see the net that they're pulling. So quite a lot of detail coming through in these images. Next slide, please. And then we'll also have VIIRS, which is the detection of light at night. So purse seine vessels, squid jigging vessels, able to have this in Skylight with as little as 1 to 3 hour latency to be able to have near real-time kind of operational relevant data. That's my presentation for today. We have a lot to look forward to with data coming into Ioris, and very pleased about the collaboration and happy to be working alongside the team. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Andrew, for your presentation on Skylight and for providing us some insights on how the so much important artificial intelligence developments are contributing to MDA in the day-to-day. This is a very clear example of how Ioris can be complementary and synergic with existing systems, surveillance systems like satellite-based surveillance systems or AI-based surveillance systems or coastal systems for that matter. And there is a huge complementarity among all of these. So it's about pulling capabilities, pulling the information together, making it more clear for the operators, and in the end of the day, have a more effective action at sea by those that are really concerned with the real-world problems. This is the real added value of Ioris. And this is an outstanding cooperation. We are integrating Skylight data, as mentioned by Andrew, and you will be seeing some results of that in the first quarter of this year. So also, it's filling an important gap in operational challenges like dark rendezvous detection, which is something that presently it's quite hard to detect, and Skylight is giving a very interesting contribution here. Also, is very welcome the inclusion of Sentinel-2 data, which is also a very interesting reuse of the data and the investments that you are doing on satellite imagery and capabilities from satellite to downstream services. So this is a very much interesting cooperation also at different levels. So thank you very much, Andrew. And I will move on to the next speaker, which is Dave Newbury. Thank you very much. Will be talking to us about domain awareness, unclassified commercial tools. Thank you, Dave.
Excuse me, good morning. I wanted to talk to you today about, as you see, commercial systems, commercial classified maritime domain awareness tools. Well, two things that I really want to focus on as sort of overarching themes are the ideas of one, optimism, maybe switch, and two, oh, sorry, why not? Okay, great, thanks. And two, the idea of layers, right? So in terms of optimism, I say that only because there are so many different tools out there, there's so many different processes in place that I want everyone to focus on the idea that there's got to be something out there that can help me. And where do I find it? I think if you keep that in your mind, we'll be a long way forward and just ask me or any of the speakers really that you've seen, and we can really keep pointing everyone in the right direction. To the idea of layers, that there's no one system that really delivers everything that you need, and there's almost never going to be that. But what we want to focus on is complementary layers, which systems can be used together. Andrew did a very great demonstration of really how that can work, how that works in the Skylight system, but I think that for all MDA applications, that's really a good idea to keep at home. So I like to think the idea of MDA delivering MDA is sort of like serving someone a meal. You can put a piece of fish on a plate and just say, here's your meal to your guest, and they will eat and they will be, they'll live, right? They can survive on that. But to really prepare a meal, you need to have different spices that are added in, complementary dishes that go along with it, and that's when you can really deliver something that someone feels fully satisfied by. And that's what we think of as MDA practitioners, is how to satisfy the needs of our operational requirements. And so, but also like a meal, if you have too many layers, if you have a plate that looks like many of ours over the last few days at the buffet, and there's just food all over the place, it can get a little bit confusing, and you end up with way too much of one thing and not enough of another. And so there's a balance that we need to focus on. So to build this meal, I like to think of three sort of tent poles within that, which is the idea of tools. There are so many tools out there. I could spend 3 hours up here telling you about every single different thing that's out there. But in general, when we're doing maritime domain awareness, we need some basic things. We need the data feed that's coming in that tells us which vessels are on the water, some characterization of what types of vessels those are, and we get that from AIS is kind of the baseline that we start from in many cases. In some cases we have VMS data, but also overhead systems such as electro-optical imagery, IR imagery, SAR imagery, and we take that and everything I want to say here, first of all, I'm really focused on unclassified commercial tools. Every single capability that I mentioned in general can be provided. It's something we can all access in a shareable way. And as a side note, the U.S. Coast Guard does not endorse any systems. If I happen to mention any specific commercial systems, it's not an endorsement from the Coast Guard. I'm just kind of coming out with examples of what exists in the realm of the possible for everyone here. So in addition to move past imagery, we have radio frequency detection is a thing that's now coming online that we can use that helps layer out, okay, well, here's what we can take imagery of, but here's this other signal that we've not been able to capture on imagery, but yet it's available. It shows me that something is out there and it's broadcasting. We have the idea, so that's I would say broadly, that's sort of one of the big parts of our data feed. We can also look at now aggregation of publicly available information, open source, some would say social media, but things that are on websites out in the world. There are aggregation tools out there, lots of them, that bring that information to you and make it searchable so that you can look at, you can add some little spice to what you see in that area. If, for instance, crew on that vessel is broadcasting about things that happened during their day, you now learn that there's maybe something out there. We can take all of that information and combine it with vessel registry information that's out there in commercial services that let us know, well, that vessel may be part of some kind of a corporation, of a syndicate. Putting all of that information together in some kind of a searchable database, also a shareable database, hopefully, will allow us to do the other leg of it, which is analytics on that information. We need some way of visualizing that, and so we think of geospatial information systems. So you can think of we've seen Google Earth presented here. but tools that basically just let everybody in on a common picture about what we're dealing with. And of course, we need to be able to export that data into a common framework, right? So those are just basic capabilities we want to think about when building our MDA sort of center or common effort. The other sort of broad temple, in addition to tools, is training. So now we have all of these tools, but who knows how to use them? One of the things is, once we understand a common baseline of tools, which could be common to our own organization or an international partnership, now we can start building training resources that help everybody use it and make it most applicable to our mission sets. This can come when we think of it traditional training. Once again, this is layers as well. We think of traditional training where someone goes to a course for a week, or someone comes and visits and gives you a long course and you get a lot of materials. That can be kind of cumbersome and it can be kind of slow. So I would encourage everyone to think optimistically about how else can we do that. I think we've seen a great example here where we were giving a case study for a mission, and then someone would come up and demonstrate with a short video on how that can be done within the Ioris system. I think that is a fantastic model to think about in terms of training, these vignettes that a user, that a practitioner who's kind of new, who doesn't have a month to go away for a training course or a week even, can look at those and say, I just need to know how to do that specific task. And let's build out training in layers as well. I think both of those things, tools and partnership, or tools and training can lead us to partnerships, right? Once we've got those two things established, now we can take all of that information and that emphasis, and we can bring it to a larger community of practitioners. And that's where a tool like Ioris is great about bringing everyone together and sharing the results of all of those different systems and tools. I think that also the partnerships goes even beyond what we think of here. We can talk about public and private partnerships. I think, again, Andrew kind of demonstrated how that can work when you start getting outside of even the governmental realm and going into the non-governmental organizations. Once we have this large pool of unclassified and commercial data, we can now bring our partnerships out even further. One example of doing this, U.S. through Global Fishing Watch and the Defense Innovation Unit in California, we put out a challenge to the world, which basically said, using imagery from commercial SAR imagery, how to build, who can build the best algorithm that would take the data that's coming off of that satellite and predict illegal fishing activity. And so it got put out to the world. There was a lot of entrants that put in their versions of it. And what came out was an algorithm that does a very good job of using SAR imagery to help that detection. And that's one more layer that now we can add, and it's available to everyone. And that wouldn't happen without bringing together these unclassified sources. And so I think that our sort of aperture opens up so far when we can do that, that I think we just need to put that focus on those tools, training, and partnerships, and really think about how we can optimize all of that for broader MDA community. I know this was a lot of general information. Once again, if I get into individual systems, we'd be up here for a very long time, and we don't want that again. So I would just urge you to reach out to me. One of the groups that I've been part of recently is called the Ocean Prosperity and Maritime Security Partnership. That's run by it's a Department of Defense organization called the National Maritime Intelligence Integration Office, but they're putting together a large matrix of unclassified open source tools that can be used by generally by anyone. So I'd be happy to share some of the things that are in that database if you reach out to me. But really, I just want to let you know there's so much out there that can be done at this level. So please stay optimistic and reach out, and we can further this. That was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you very much for your words, of which I'd like to emphasize first your role as a proxy to the US side and to this mature vision of MDA that we all know that you have at this point, and it's very interesting to see that we have some commonalities. And especially I would emphasize your focus on information and data. It's all about information and data. And then how it is visualized, how it is manipulated, how it is transformed, that is another story that depends on the specific needs of the operators. And that is exactly where a system like Ioris fits in, which is making all this data available in the right moment, in the right time, synchronizing this information in space, in time, and putting everyone around a specific event to collaborate with each other, so distinguishing clearly what are surveillance systems from what are collaboration and information sharing systems. This is very much important. Thank you for passing that message also in your session. And without further ado, I think the next one is me. This is not so original, but you didn't find someone else now. It had to be me. Okay, so I'll be speaking about satellite services, also picking up on what Andrew just, thank you, also picking up on, I don't know how to use this, picking up on what Andrew just presented to us, and they've also mentioned briefly the upcoming satellite data sources, which are increasingly important. So, overview, state of play, and way ahead of satellite services in Ioris. Now this is supposed to work. No? Yes. Okay. You do it. Right. So I point to you, right? Okay. So outcomes. So the EU is investing a lot on satellite services for Ioris, and one of these investments is exactly to provide Ioris with cutting-edge satellite-based services. And let me emphasize right up front. We are not buying satellite imagery, okay? Just for everyone to know, so repeat with me, we are not buying satellite imagery. You cannot do much with satellite imagery, to be honest. You need to be an expert to know what you are looking at. And satellite imagery from the maritime domain, it's even more exotic, because it's all black and you see some white dots if you are talking about synthetic aperture radar, and then you have the electro-optical satellite imagery, which have lots of clouds, and you have to put a bunch of them all together to try to get a clear picture. So it's not a good thing to be done by a person. It's still done like that in some centers, but computer algorithms and artificial intelligence are the way to go. They do a lot of this work automatically with a very high degree of trust, and therefore that is the way to go. So that is why I speak about satellite-based services. So again, we are not buying satellite imagery. We are providing satellite-based services. What does that mean? It means that someone else will be buying the imagery, buying whatever is needed that is coming out from the satellite, so data in general, will be processing that together with other data and addressing specific challenges with very specific and customized services. Those services will be integrated in Ioris and offered to the users to increase their capacity to decide and carry out operations at sea. So this is what we will be talking about, not about satellite. Okay? So, next slide. No, this is the previous one. Yes. Okay. So this is what we are going to deliver. 6 satellite-based services available in Ioris from 2023 onwards until 2025 at least, because this is the known ending date of the project. So this is our commitment for the time being. So please, Ellie, next slide. It's better than pushing nothing. Okay, so what are the challenges? So how are we addressing this? So we are launching a tender. We identified, together with users and within our team, which has a lot of expertise also on the field, we have identified several operational challenges, which are related roughly with compiling the best maritime picture that we can compile. For example, exactly like Dave Newbury was saying, trying to bring together a lot of information to try to have the best maritime picture possible. Then detecting rendezvous at sea. Again, we are not duplicating what Skylight is doing, but there are other approaches, and here what is all about MDA is not only the data, but what you do with it and the different algorithms, and try to bring the information from different different sources together, so we can achieve the detection of dark rendezvous in different ways, using different data sources, and it does not mean that we are doing exactly the same thing, so it's important to say this. The same with illegal fishing, smuggling activities, surveillance in general, and violence at sea in general. So these are the main challenges that we will try to tackle with these new services. And this is the wide area of interest, which is huge, as you can see. So from the geographical point of view, this is also very challenging, which is to try to come up with intelligent and effective services for supporting maritime security operations in that huge geographical area. It's really huge. So, next slide, please. So, what are the main features? So, we are not only talking about putting together a comprehensive maritime picture, which on itself is already a very challenging task, which is making sense of all these data sources, align them in time, align them in space, and therefore eliminating any source of confusion to the operators. It's correlating this data from various different sources and saying that we have, for example, AIS, satellite AIS is one thing, coastal AIS is another thing. They don't come in the same frequency, of course. To the layman, we are looking at vessels and points in a map, but in the end of the day, they are quite different data sources. So all of this needs to be considered to have the best maritime picture available. And it's not just because we have satellite AIS that we have already the best maritime picture. That is not at all true, so we need to take account of all the data sources available and build the best maritime picture. Analysis of past events. This is very interesting because the operators usually are working on a daily basis. It's like watching TV, like watching Portugal winning 6-1 to Spain. So you are seeing the day-to-day, but who is looking back at time and seeing what happened? This is done in TV also. A few hours later, the commentators go and analyze the game bit by bit and try to do something smart about it, which is not always the case, but in any case, they do this analysis. So we need to go back in time and see what happened in terms of American scenarios. This is also very much important. So we need services, we need technology that allows the operators to do this work. Okay, the operators are very much focused on real time, but sometimes it's really important to see what happened 4 hours ago to understand why this is happening now. So we need technology to do that, and this is what these services are bringing us. Last but not least, so the detection of ongoing events is also very much important. If you think of a maritime picture, if you are used to that, you will easily see a map with 2,000 vessels. So what do you do with that? Not much. It's nice to see. We all look at the systems and we tend to say, well, this system is like this one and that one, they're all doing the same. It's not true at all. So they have different data sources, different features, and they are more or less detecting things, helping the operator or not. So the devil is in the details. It's not just because you are looking at a map with vessels that all the systems are the same. But of course, we are interested in vessel and what relates to them. So we need to look in the, it's like making an insurance. We need to look into the small letters and see what's the difference between one and the other. So detection of ongoing events is something that the technology presently allows us to do. For example, the example of Skylight, where they use artificial intelligence to look at the track of a fishing vessel, to understand if it is fishing or not, if it is a trawler, if it is a long liner, and they can do this, and correct me if I'm wrong, not later on. And they can detect this with artificial intelligence because they see the pattern of the vessel. So they look at the vessel over the last few hours, and they can say, this is a long liner, this is a trawler. Okay, so, and the technology, instead of just showing a dot with a vessel there, the technology can say, this is a long liner with 90% accuracy or something like that. And this is very important for the operator because it's going beyond the data. This is already knowledge. So the technology can provide us with this, and this is what we are purchasing, what we are investing our money in Ioris. Last but not least, forecasting of events. Okay, this sounds like science fiction, but at the end of the day, we all do that already. We just don't use the computer so much, right? We look at the data. When you are in your operations rooms, you say, okay, I see illegal fishing in this area, so I'll send my small frigate here. I mean, it's basic stuff, right? But why aren't you taking advantage of the technology to do that. And this is what these services will help the operators with in providing these kind of capabilities that look at past data and they try to come up with likelihood of areas, of periods of time where certain activities can be happening. And this is another important help to the operators. Again, they are not looking to the points, to the vessel on the map. Now they will have a lot of services that will provide the best points that can be provided with the best data sources available. They will allow the operator to understand very quickly, instead of spending a lot of hours understanding what happened in the last hours and trying to understand why what is going on now is going on. And last but not least, we will allow the operators to have some kind of insights about what could be happening in the future, which is already what they are supposed to be doing, but now with the help of computers. So this is what we are coming up with in the satellite services that we are purchasing for Ioris. We will open a tender. No, this is not. Sorry, can you go back, please? So now that I've explained what we are going to deliver, how we are going to deliver in a nutshell. So once the technology is there, okay, ready, available in Ioris, there will be a phase of service planning next to the end users, where we will try to understand the operational needs of the users, when they will need the services. Of course, we know that there are unforeseen events, and we need to have exceptions, but in general terms, more or less the usage of the service can be planned. We have a limited budget, so we can only use as much of that budget to consume the services, so we need a good plan and a good policy to balance it between the different users and the budget. Then there will be a service ordering phase. So once we have a planning, we will have the phase where the services are actually ordered by the end users, where they formalize the request and they will say, on this week I will be carrying out this exercise and I will need the services for this and that purpose. Then later a service delivery phase, where the services are actually delivered to the end user as requested. And last but not least, the service usage, which is the actual usage of the operators of the data and information that are being provided with from Ioris. So this is in general terms the process that we are envisioning. Keywords, consultative process involving all the stakeholders, ensuring that the budget is spent in the best possible way, taking into consideration it is a limited budget, it is a very generous budget, but limited nonetheless, and that we have many stakeholders, many interests, and many challenges in this wide area, as I've shown before. Next, please, Ellie. So this is in broad terms the schedule, okay? Now that I've put this slide here, if I don't do it, Martin will kill me. So, but in any case, I take the chance. So we are finalizing the tender. In the first month of next year, we are willing to launch the tender. It will be an open tender, as it should be. Then there will be a few months for service setup. We need to align all the technology, make sure that everything is working properly. Of course, we'll need to adapt Ioris as well. And last but not least, a period of service delivery between July and April 2025, at least, which is what we can commit with for the time being. I don't know if I have any more slides. Not anymore. So thank you very much. I will not summarize this. Thank you. Thank you, Dave. And I will pass the floor to Dave Natras, which will be talking to us about the Ioris version 4. Thank you.
Is the mic working? Yeah, fantastic. It's on, it's on, it's flashing. It's on. It's on, but it's not working, yeah? Okay, we're... Okay, welcome guys. So, just very briefly, thank you for the excellent presentation so far. I'm just going to go into what is the art of the possible, Some of what you see here is just brainstorming. It's based on feedback from end users and our ideas also of what we might see in future evolutions of Ioris. This is the first page. Ioris version 1, it was designed 5 years ago, so we're already looking at new technologies that are available out there. So the next version of Ioris should also include the new technologies, new modernization of the code base that it was built on, which will include obviously the infrastructure of the platform, so that we can provide more flexibility as we continue to build the system. Next slide, please. And of course, this is also very important that we continue to keep up with the threats out there. Cybersecurity is top of the agenda, so we're always looking at that. Our cybersecurity expert, Sergio, has that at top of his list of priorities. Continue to do use of the system, penetration testing on an annual basis. Multi-factor authentication we have already, but what we need to do is evolve, enhance what we have now. Currently, it requires use of a smartphone activator for mobile platforms. Vessels at sea, they may not have access to that technology. So again, this is part of our next evolution of the system. Will improve the multi-factor authentication on the platform. Next slide. You've heard about the data. This is funding approved, so this is happening already. So we can guarantee by timeline that Sergio has promised us, we will have satellite data services, additional satellite data services in Ioris platform. This is one of the activities that we would like to see, and this is something that's been asked. A much bigger update than the recent one. So we're looking at the same time as we are going to update the infrastructure of the platform. It makes sense to also look at the mobile applications. It's not. I thought they could hear me. I've got an echo now. Are you sure this is okay? Okay. All right. Yeah. So can you reduce? We don't need to zoom in on that one. Thank you very much, guys. So again, subject to funding approval. I think the other one was better. Okay. Everybody hear me okay? Okay, great. So, yeah, subject to funding approval, what we're looking at is including mobile applications into the platform. Obviously, with the priority functions, it won't be every single function in Ioris, but it will allow operational managers, directors, if they're on the move somewhere and there's an incident, they can log into the platform and access it from their mobile devices. At the moment, you can access Ioris on your mobile device, but it's not optimized for it. So we want to look at in the future to do the job properly. Next slide, please. Ghost application. You heard about this yesterday from Aziz Manda, my colleague from Kenya JFC. And this is a pilot project we're working on at the moment with Kenya, but we're looking forward to the future. Because once we've established, and this is working okay, we can potentially roll this out to other countries. It will be totally autonomous for each country. So you'll be able to link to your coastal communities. You organise that how you wish, and the coastal communities will access your national maritime centres through their phone through a light application. Okay, we'll know more of this probably by mid next year when we start to get the results of the pilot project from Kenya. So we'll be obviously announcing that in more detail later. Next slide, please. Can you hear me now? Good, okay. I don't like being stuck behind a desk, but here we go. So we already have voice over IP in the platform, but it's very, very basic. So what we're looking at potentially for version 4 is an enhanced version of the voice. And at the moment we're limited in licenses, so we'll increase the licensing, give conference call options, call history, missed call notification, and also additional functionalities to enable and initiate calls in the Ioris platform. Video call option is possible. Obviously, it will depend on bandwidth availability in the different centers. Next slide, please. As you see the picture there, that's the current login, but what we're looking to do is have a web page at the front end, so the public facing, so everybody can access updates and news on Ioris system, frequently asked questions, training materials, user guides, etc. This is definitely coming. We will be building this in 2023, and it will go live onto Ioris platform. Next slide. Talking about databases, and several people have mentioned it, so we're looking at the possibility in the future, subject to funding, of course, of adding a link into Ioris to correlate with the information in the system, and that could be available commercially, a national database, regional, and obviously we would be putting in place any necessary security, user policies, etc., that would be required for that as well. Next slide. Mario from Interpol mentioned a few things yesterday. I took note of that: detection, tracking, recording, analysis, integration, communication. Some of these we have, some of them we need to plan for the future. But let's explore, let's talk, and let's see what we can do, what's the art of the possible. Next slide. Look and feel. Again, you know, technology's moved on now. As part of a major evolution of the system, we would look to enhance the visuals of the platform, make it more user-friendly, modernizing and adopting the different application designs within the system. Next slide. We talked already, we heard about Skylight from Andrew and from Sergio, and we're already looking towards the next section. We've got proof of concept already. We're going through the testing that will be available live shortly on Ioris, and we're already looking to add in speed, entry speed, range events, and the ability for users to personalize the areas, etc., within Skylight. And look, I mean, at the end of the day, what we want is the discussion. We want feedback from everybody. That's how we decide how to evolve the system. And as Ioris partners, you will be invited to come to the steering committee next year. And that's where we'll talk about the future evolution and design of Ioris platform. So it's not just Mario making those decisions, it's you. Next slide. That's it. Thank you very much.
Your presentation. I would just like to highlight a few things. So outstanding developments like the handheld coast application. It's all in the benefit of the end users. Mobile devices are more and more used today, and therefore the application needs to adapt as well and evolve into that direction. Usability, of course, is very much important. If something is not usable, if a system is not easy to use, users will not use it. It's a basic stuff. And also the feedback. This is a participatory process, and the system will be much better if everyone involved will contribute. There are no stupid ideas. All ideas are good. And then there is budget, or there is no budget, or we have to conciliate different ideas and come up with a clever solution that meets everyone's desires and needs and expectations. So it's all about that, but it's very important that the users contribute and say something about the system. Otherwise, it's like a monologue, and in the end of the day, the system will not be the system that you need, the system that you will be using. So it's very much important. And last but not least, cybersecurity. It's a system that we need to trust. If we don't trust the system, we don't use it. We don't use it to share sensitive information. So cybersecurity is paramount for us. And also, it's an ongoing activity. You know, it's a risk management thing. So you have to always manage risk. You have to manage budget. How much money are you willing to spend on making the system secure? And you have to manage usability. Because if we have 20 keys to enter in our home, it's very much secure. but nobody will ever enter our own. You know, you will lose one key, you don't know which key to put first, so it's very complicated. So this triangle, usability, budget, and risk, is very much important, and it's an ongoing task. Hackers are more and more creative, and we need to be always assessing the risk and always coming up with balanced solutions to make their task even more difficult. So this is what cybersecurity is all about, but I don't want to empty the presentation of Mark. So Mark, please welcome and talk to us about the cybersecurity in Ioris. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to cover off how we keep Ioris secure. And the easiest way to explain this is we put in place many layers of security throughout the Ioris ecosystem. I'm going to see if this works. Is that you doing it? All right, okay. So I'm just going to build up the layers of Ioris in a really straightforward way that you guys will all understand. So first of all, we've got our core Ioris functions. This is the reason why Ioris exists today. Then on top of that, go to the next bit, we've got, so you just move forward, the user. So this is the access. This is how you log into Ioris. It's basically the login screen, getting access to the client and interacting with it. If we go forward one more, please. We've now got the platform that Ioris sits on. So this is our cloud platform where all of our compute, storage, resources are stored, where all the data is, and where all of the basic clever behind Ioris lives. And then the final bits, if we just build up the rest of this slide, are the APIs, and these are the integrations. So this is effectively where we get the data. So if we go forward again, please. And one more. We've got our APIs. Thank you. So we go back. So we've got our APIs. So now I'm just going to dig into each of those different layers and just describe quickly the different protections we have in place. So at a user level, what are the main things that we are worried about? So a couple of the things that are very common today are phishing and spear phishing. And for those of you that just want a very quick explanation of what those are, phishing is where someone casts a really wide net with a general hack, general vulnerability, and they're going to try and get your user account details. Spear phishing is where they target you specifically with someone that you know, someone maybe part of your organization. They try and pretend to be that person to try and get your account details. So how do we mitigate this? It's really hard for the Ioris platform to stop someone trying to steal your credentials. So what we have to do is implement controls that make it harder for people to use those credentials as we go forward. So as we've already mentioned, MFA is a key part to that. So multi-factor authentication is basically you've got your user account, you've got your password, but a hacker needs to have, if they need to have a thing that you've got, it makes it that much harder for them to get into the system. So having that control in place really does elevate the security posture of Ioris. So it is really important that we find a way that we can get an MFA capability rolled out that does apply as broadly as possible. As well as MFA, we've also got things like login timeouts. So again, where possible, we should use these to stop people being logged in for an indefinite period of time and basically just control the amount of access given to the application. Now, if we assume that someone does manage to get in, so maybe we've not got MFA and they've managed to get some credentials, what do we do within Ioris to keep it safe? So this is where the administration plane comes in. And in here, we've got our role-based access. So it's really key that we do use role-based access throughout the whole application. The roles within there do dictate what data you get access to and how broadly you can basically see the ecosystem. So the more we use this, the more secure the application is going to be. So if someone did get in, they'd have the ability to see a much reduced footprint of data. We've got full in-depth activity logging, so if we do suspect someone has got an issue or has been hacked or something like that, we've got full audit logs that can't be tampered with that can demonstrate how the vulnerability may have been exploited. And then based on that, we can then block users, which means next time they try and do something in Ioris, it's going to lock them out of the system. So next I'm just going to dig into the platform. So platform is all about trying to stop vulnerabilities. So at the platform level, we've got the client side, so this is the thing that you log into. Then the back end, we've got our front end application and back end application, basically the compute and the storage. Trying to keep it nice and simple. From the client side, all traffic is encrypted end to end. So when you log into the portal, you see the little padlock in the top left-hand corner. That's the start of an encrypted journey of data all the way through from the front of the application to the back. So every piece of communication is fully encrypted. We also only allow authenticated users to see any of the back-end data or any of the data through the client. So what that means is if you've not got an account, yes, you can get to the portal, but you can't actually see any data. You'll only be able to see a bit of the front-end code, a bit of the client-side code, which actually won't give much value to anyone. We've got inherent capabilities from Azure, so if someone did try and do a denial of service attack, that would automatically be blocked by the platform that we're on. And there's restrictions throughout the entire environment that means only specific components can speak to each other. So basically it's very secure all the way through as a chain of events from one end to the other. In the back end, we've got things like code quality scanning. This basically means that as well as our peer review process for all the code that gets submitted, we've got automation that checks the quality of the code. We've also got fully automated pipelines, which means that there's very little chance of anything going wrong when that code gets in. It can't be intercepted. We use the latest updates on the frameworks that are available to us, and we do quite exhaustive vulnerability scanning. And just a very little bit on the vulnerability scanning. I'm not going to go through all this, but basically we have two approaches. The first approach is where we shut the door. So we don't let the application, the vulnerability scanner, into Ioris, and we let it see what it can find. And that typically finds a couple of vulnerabilities that we put on our roadmap and fix as they come up. It's a never-ending game of keeping on top of vulnerabilities. What is safe one day isn't safe the next day, so it's really important that we keep on top of these. So we have our external scan, which is the closed door, but then what we also do is assume that someone has compromised our network, and we open the door and we do a vulnerability scan within the network. And what that tends to do is highlight different sets of vulnerabilities that we can mitigate in different ways. And a great example is when we introduced AIS a few months ago, that did introduce some vulnerabilities. We've gone through, based on our scanning, and mitigated all those vulnerabilities, and on our roadmap we're going to be closing them down even further to make it even more secure. Last bit around the platform is data. There is no client-side access to the data, which basically means when you log into it, you can't actually access the back-end data. You can only see what you've been presented with. We've got role-based access that controls the data that you do get presented through your client, and all communications to the database are encrypted. Within the database, all of the data there is encrypted too. So basically, there's encryption throughout the entire system, which is one of the main pillars of Ioris' security. Any files that you upload as part of your ongoing investigations and work are automatically encrypted, and then you've got the additional capability to further encrypt those with passwords to make them even more secure as you go forward. And we've got point-in-time backups of the entire system, so if we did have to go backwards in time to see what's going on, we could do. Last bit was the integrations and the APIs. So again, all of the APIs that we use are fully encrypted, so they're formed with HTTPS. That means that we can trust the data that comes over. We do treat all of the integration points on the left as trusted data points. What we're doing is making sure that we have fully secure communications between them and us. And all those security connections are made with encrypted authentication as well. So basically, several layers of security even at the API level. And then just to wrap up, MFA is really important. If you Google security and MFA, you'll see that that is something that does block a high portion of threats to environments. So as we go forward, it's really key that we start to increase the capabilities there and make that more prevalent. We also should continue use of the role-based access. Those two things together really do give good security throughout the OS application. What we keep doing in the background is regular vulnerability scanning and remediation. We keep the code current as much as possible, and we continue to add additional security features as we go forward. You could have a roadmap that goes on for years for security. What we're trying to do is make sure we hit the right things at the right time. And that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for your presentation. I retain the layered approach to cybersecurity. This is very much important. So in the movies, we see the hacker and the firewall, and then he breaks the firewall, and then that's it. Cybersecurity is not at all about that. Cybersecurity is about having permanently activities looking for vulnerabilities, as Mark has explained. This is a collaborative work that Mark is doing. My team is also working with Mark to address these kind of things. And then multiple tools along the way that are put in place, encryption, multi-factor authentication, all these sorts of things that in the APIs, in the user interface, pen testing, all this is done on a permanent basis. Periodically, the tools need to be constantly fine-tuned, firewalls, proxies, whatever. And this is a multi-dimensional approach to what is nowadays a very present and clear danger to information sharing. Okay, so this is done very professionally using cutting-edge technology and state-of-the-art practices by BCN. Also working together with the Crimario experts on that topic to ensure that you have a trustworthy tool, which is in the end of the day what we want to achieve. So thank you very much, Mark, for your presentation. And I guess this ends up this panel. Let me just see. I think all the guys have said something interesting. So I think we will be taking some questions now. I think we have time for that, right? Catherine, yes? 5 minutes? It's plenty of time for questions. So please shoot. Thank you. I guess I'll be taking the questions from there or from here. Maybe it's better from here. I'm not sure. So please, Leon.
No, it's not working. No, it's working. Okay. Thank you for a wonderful panel. I have two questions. One for, I don't know if Dave or Sergio, have you tested the light version with radios, VHF, HF? Because I know that there are some coastal states, they have some limitations to access to satellite, and it's always a challenge for those countries. And for Mark, how many of these security layers rely on Microsoft Azure? That's my question. Thank you.
So maybe the first question will go to Dave. Dave, please.
You mean VHF, HF data? No, we haven't. We've only tested with vessels at sea using their satellite capability. And the results light and in some cases if they have a robust data connection. Also the full version of Ioris has been accessible. We haven't tried it through radio HF, VHF, not yet.
May I ask just to Mark, just to finalize the answer, and then we can take your question?
Yeah, so from a security perspective, Azure is the hosting platform for Ioris. So on there, we do inherit a bunch of network security capabilities, such as the denial of service, and a bunch of SaaS-based applications that basically join up the application through to Ioris. So it's mainly the network layers that are Azure-based. Within Azure, we've got tools such as the SonarCube scanner, which is an independent tool that will scan the code. So that's not Microsoft, that's an independent tool. We use Nessus to do the vulnerability scanning, that's an independent tool as well. So there's definitely a mix of inherent capabilities from Azure, security services that we're using for Azure within the application, but then third-party tools that we use to check those balances as well. Great example is the database backend. We've got elements of Microsoft, elements of open source capabilities there, both with different sets of security from both encryption and certificates as well. So I'd say Azure plays quite a big part of it, but we've got several of the bolt-ons around the edges that complement that as well.
Thank you, Mark. Sir, please.
Yeah. My question to Andrew. Andrew, you said that the future development includes integrating the dark targets in the system. So that's the most important thing, you know, in most of the cases in maritime domain awareness, we know that the vessels operate without emitting anything. So how do you give the indication if the image is not there? How does it appear?
Yeah, currently we're pulling in data from Sentinel-1, which is synthetic aperture radar, to show a vessel based on its response to the radar. And we don't have other information about that vessel, only that there is a vessel in this location. And we'll be adding a couple other radar sources as well as optical imagery. But we're also going to be signing a new contract for commercial data that includes RF, so radio frequency, which was discussed. So anytime a vessel has its radar on or other radar emitting data, that we'll be able to detect that vessel as well. And so I don't have an answer yet if we can share that data outside of Skylight, but we certainly hope that we can include that in Ioris as well.
Great. So it will appear like a duck?
Yeah, it's Sergio had mentioned synthetic aperture radar to the human eye doesn't look like a lot, and it's not good for identifying a particular vessel, but it gives you an idea because of the metal on the vessel reflecting from the radar that there is a vessel in this area. And there's, you know, part of what David mentioned with the Defense Innovation Unit Challenge, Skylight was a part of that, and what we've done is remove stationary objects, so different pieces of landmass, moorings, etc., to identify those are not vessels, to only hide or to display those dark vessels that are not always there in that position, to increase our confidence in those.
What would be the delay in giving the information?
Depends on the part of the world, but from the time that the imagery is taken, at least for Sentinel-1, in the Caribbean, it's only about 2 hours. Wow. In this part of the region, it's about 4 to 6 hours. With some of the commercial data that we purchase, we can have it in as little as 1 to 2 hours. Just depends on how the satellites are flying, the priority that's given to that data coming in. But yeah, we're trying to push the technology as far as we can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I'm Major Azim Sharif from Maldives Coast Guard. As far as operational, we are also using the Ioris in the trial version and doing some exercises as well. But I find that in the operational context that as Mark has emphasized on using satellite data and things, will it be possible to, in the future, to integrate communication as Dave have highlighted, that is very much essential for search and rescue operations, especially the mobile data as well as the satellite phone, which is widely being used for the further going vessels, as well as for the drug trafficking. For these operations, they use satellite phones, not even mobile phones. So integration of these data of satellite phone tracking and the mobile tracking would be an added advantage for us to do search and rescue as well as other clandestine operations. I think that's my comment on this. Will it be possible to get that technology in the Ioris, which will be more fruitful for our day-to-day operations? Thank you.
Thank you. Well noted. Sir, please, do you have a mic? No, not yet. Can we provide a mic?
Yes.
We need a microphone here.
Hello? Yeah. So, does it work? It works. Okay, so good morning, one and all, once again. I hope you enjoyed the dinner last night. I know there was a lot of heavy discussion. I enjoyed it thoroughly, and I think today we'll have some good more discussions in the afternoon. But just to answer the question from the Maldives, okay? So when we started developing Ioris and we started with Cremario 2, we had to decide where to go. Okay? And what we did not want to do was duplicate other systems. To put it bluntly, what we could have done was made an EU version of C-Vision. But this would have led to competition, which we don't need, none of us need it. So what we wanted to do was to focus on a neutral information exchange system. If we go down the road of buying a lot of satellite data and overlaying it on Ioris, what we have is a European C-Vision. We have C-Vision. C-Vision provides a lot of data, so we did not want to duplicate it. And this is why it's separate. The difference with us is that to make the platform a bit more attractive, what we did is we buy commercial data. So at least if you're looking at Ioris on the wall, you see something, okay? But to conclude, we didn't want to duplicate what C-Vision is already offering. Okay? Make that clear. Thank you.
It is working now. Thank you. First of all, congratulations on the entire conference, and I was very impressed with, maybe also because my cybersecurity knowledge doesn't go quite as far as many here in the room, so I may be easily impressed. My question is the following, and I think this is the right podium to ask it to. There's also the issue, I remember from my earlier discussions on Ioris, where you have different countries and people with different native languages talking to each other. Could you talk a little more about the translation function that I was some time ago quite impressed with, how it works, and are you working on further improving functionalities, for instance, in an area where some will be best explaining themselves in Arabic, whereas others will prefer Portuguese, and obviously there's the lingua franca of English. I can imagine that is something that you've spent a lot of time on. I'd be interested to hear more about that point. Thank you.
Dave, please.
Thank you for the question, sir. And we're very proud of Ioris version 3 because this has addressed that specific subject. So there's two different areas of translation of languages. One is, as you see the platform itself in the day-to-day use for countries, national centres that maybe want to use it for national interagency communication in their native tongue. So we've already included and uploaded quite a few languages so that they can switch it to default, and that includes English, French, Spanish, Arabic, Somali, Filipino, Indonesia, correct me if I'm missing any, please. So those languages are already there. We stand by to add any additional language, Swahili, sorry, yes, the Swahili's in there as well. We stand by to add any additional languages to the menu sets on request. So we can do that quite quickly and quite easily. The other area is the messaging area and the private chat area of the system. So that's your live, real-time exchange of information, whereby there is a full list of translation countries that you can, languages you can translate to. You can set the defaults in that messaging area. So if, for example, you are in a center, let's say in Spain, and you receive a message in Arabic, at a click of a button, you can translate that to Spanish. And that set of languages is, I can't remember how many, it's something like, Mark, 100 or something languages. It's about 200. It's effectively, it's done through the Microsoft Azure. So it's a full list of translations available from Microsoft, and that can be set up by any user of Ioris in the messaging area. Does that answer your question, sir? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I was already shown the red flag, but I can allow a last question, as long as it is an easy one.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. This question is again for Andrew, and you said that dark target would be detected in the future. So is there, with my own experience, I know that most of the people use satellite phone, the same question related to the Maldivian officer. So is there any way to integrate any satellite phone being operated by the dark target and quickly analyze it and give it to the information fusion centers to, then the people can plan the operation depending on the area where the vote is located?
Yeah, I think I'll look forward to the second annual Ioris conference to give you an answer to that. We're just doing some piloting with radio frequency data now. Don't know the full capabilities of it and the delivery, but we're looking into it and doing a couple pilots. So yeah, we'll look forward to updating. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew, and that's exactly how I'd like to end. So I know that you are looking forward to continue listening to us, but unfortunately that cannot happen. So time is out, and we have to give the floor to other colleagues. Nonetheless, if you meet us in the next Ioris conference next year, we will be there. So thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists, and thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, panelists. And now we are not going to go to the next session because we have a break. Okay? So please enjoy the break, the coffee, and everything that is good there, and be back in maximum 20 minutes, please.
D, D, dipikir Y, M, D. Testi, testi, testi. Ulang ya. Testi, 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 tes, tes, tes. Là, oui, mettre moi à
behind with the schedule. So I will quickly introduce the next session, which is going to look at ahead towards the future, towards the Ioris governance structure. And on this, we will have Martin Cauti-Inglot, yes, our director, who is going to provide you with Crimario's views, vision and ambition towards the future, as well as other colleagues who will talk about training, SOPs, that being my colleague, our colleague Bjorn. Then we'll have Glenn Forbes talking about operationalization, as well as Diego Canovas, please come on the floor, talking about the relationship with the maritime industry, and of course Sergio, who is going to share with us about our work on sharing. Okay. Without further ado, I will invite Martin to take the floor. Thank you.
Good morning again, everyone. First of all, I think we should be congratulating our Portuguese colleagues for winning yesterday's match and giving such a good bashing to the opposing team. So well done to Portugal. Another thing I'd like to briefly comment about is an apology, because I am guilty of having congested the agenda. I wanted to fit in as much as possible. We had some problems with transportation, etc., so we were a bit late, and I didn't give you much time to comment and ask questions, okay? So I apologize for that. The good news is that in the afternoon there's going to be time where 2.5 hours where all your questions can be asked, and you have all been placed in specific syndicates according to how I thought you may want to go, but it's totally flexible. So if you want to change syndicates, Letitia yesterday sent an email out indicating where you all are. Feel free to switch, okay? But that's just a proposal for you to consider. Moving to the key of today's presentation, which is looking towards the future, the vision and ambition. And I have combined this presentation with the second one, which is the onboarding process. Okay, so it's 2 in 1. Next, please. So a quick slide indicating why we exist and where we're going. This is from the EU's grand strategic perspective, because we've been embedded in the EU strategy for cooperation, which also makes reference to Ioris and the harmonization of info exchange systems. Okay? It's inside the EU's major strategic document for the Indo-Pacific. Next, please. But to understand where we want to go, you need to know where we are today. And so this is the map of the state of play of Ioris. The map actually goes to here. This is where Peru and Latin America are, right? I squeezed it in on this side. And as you can see from this map, you can see where Ioris has been established, where courses are being provided on Ioris, where trial agreements are being signed. Those are the green spots. The ones in red are those countries where we're in a process of discussion, and the ones in purple are where we're still a bit backwards. Next, please. So, from day one, once I was appointed project director, sustainability was the first thing that was put on the table. It was put on the table because during Crimario 1, when they were aiming to have Ioris handed over to a regional organization, it was unsuccessful. Crimario 2 came around and they said, look, we need to have a sustainability strategy so when the project comes to an end, Ioris keeps on going. And we already started working on this from the first days. And it became apparent that there were these 4 options on the table. Okay? Option 1A is my personal preference. But this is obviously a political decision. Why? Because what we are proposing is that we have a consortium of users, everyone who uses Ioris, we come together and we form a steering committee, and the EU is involved. Okay? If the EU is involved, automatically sustainability is, the question of sustainability is lightened, because partners know that if the EU is on board with us, you know, sustainability would not be that much of a challenge. Option 1B is the same as option 1A, but without EU involvement. So the EU steps out. Now, from my perspective, I cannot contemplate the EU stepping out of a network if the EU would like to be a global security provider. This is my personal opinion. But the EU cannot commit to this because the decision-making process for future projects hasn't yet started. Now, apart from there being a consortium of users who are on the steering committee, we are also looking at including observers into the steering committee, which will be those from regional and international organizations. So that's option 1A and 1B. Option 2. Option 2 is that we hand over Ioris to a regional organization. Okay? In Cromaria 1, there was an attempt to pass this to the Indian Ocean Commission. Didn't work. This time, there are other regional organizations which could be considered. IOC, ASEAN, Djibouti Code of Conduct, there are others. The challenge is that for a regional organization to take over this system, the member states have to agree. And that is a long process. The third option is a combination of any one of the 3 above. The difference being that this time, the private industry or a trust fund funds the operation of the system. Now let me be clear. To run Ioris is not expensive, at least for the EU in terms of money. I won't state the amount that it costs to run the system, but if we have 40 countries and 2 agencies in each country, and we have around 80 agencies using the system, the cost split between 80 agencies is affordable for the smallest of countries. It is affordable. The alternative is that new information exchange systems are created. And like I said yesterday, that costs 2 million euros to develop. So with Ioris, with a marginal amount of money, you have what you have with a system which costs 2 million euros. Next, please. So the Ioris Steering Committee. How are we seeing this? We're looking at having full members on the boards. The full members will be agencies, not countries, agencies which use Ioris. Okay? So it could be the Coast Guard of one country and the Navy sitting inside the steering committee. So there is no animosity about who is leading and who is not. And it will be those countries which have concluded an Ioris trial agreement, and I'll come to that shortly. Observers, those countries which are looking towards coming on board the Ioris network, countries which are receiving training, and regional organizations. And finally, the steering committee will need a secretariat. Okay? And what is obvious at the moment is that in the coming months, the obvious secretariat duties will be performed by Cromaria. Next, please. So the Ioris Steering Committee will then have a number of subcommittees composed of representatives from the members of the steering committee itself, from the countries. Okay, so there'll be a legal subcommittee, an operational subcommittee, and an IT subcommittee. Okay, so you'll have the steering committee at the top, and then these 3 subcommittees composed of members from the different countries and agencies who would like to fit into this structure. Next, please. let's talk about the Ioris trial agreement. What we learned, okay? What we learned up to, I would say, August, was that we would go to countries, we would provide training, and then we would provide light mentoring, and there wouldn't be a continual uptake of Ioris, but there would be a gradual decline. And if you do not use Ioris, you will forget the stills. The stills will perish. So, in August, we started a new procedure through which, whilst we are in the country providing training, we're at the same time negotiating the trial agreement. At the end of the training, trial agreement is signed, and with the trial agreement, the country is brought onto the Ioris operational platform. It is brought onto the Ioris operational platform so that it can test Ioris for 3 to 4 months. Why do we need this? Because the EU has a budget to do these kinds of projects. And this budget has a limit. And we cannot afford to continue providing training courses and AIS to countries if they do not use this. So, in this 3 months, what happens is that the countries will test Ioris, they will test the satellite AIS that we buy, we subscribe for Ioris, we pay for that. They will test our support and commitment to the country, but in return, Cremario expects that Ioris is switched on and used for 3 to 4 months. This is what we expect in return. So that after 3 to 4 months, the country can decide, yes, we want to go forward with Ioris, or no, we don't. And this way, both sides are on the same time. Both sides are the same. Now, you tell us, but how do you know that we are using the platform? How do we know? Because what we have done is, during the presentation yesterday, it was explained that there are a number of community areas which you create or that Cremario can create. And we created 2 community areas, one for the Indian Ocean region and one for the Asia Pacific. And every day what we do is we do a communications check on those community areas. And what we expect is the countries which are using Ioris respond to the communications check. And we document it. Okay, so those countries which respond are using Ioris, those which are not using it. Yesterday I mentioned the translation of political intent and will into implementation. When we get the trial agreement signed, could be by a minister, could be by an admiral or a general. When we get that signed, and the operators are not using the system, then I can go back to the political side and I can say, look, we signed the trial agreement a month ago. Unfortunately, I have to report that the operators are not using the system. And I prefer doing this after 1 month, then doing it after 3 months, and I say, sorry, Minister, your country did not use Ioris, so switch it off. Because then that comes as a shock to the minister, to all the operators, right? So we give them a chance. And we give them a chance so that after the 3 months, we're all sure that Ioris is the rule for the country. So, moving to Ioris regional conferences. This is something that we've started now. We've started with the Indian Ocean because we have been in this region the longest, obviously. And this is happening here. We have another 2 planned for Asia Pacific and Latin America next year. Could you zoom in a bit? Thank you. Finally, this is steering committee preparation. So we're now in the process to start preparing for the Ioris steering committee. Next, please. Could you make it a bit smaller? Thanks. So what can we expect at the Ioris steering committee? So that's what we're intending to have this plan for mid-March of next year. Okay? Now, I mentioned the Ioris trial agreement. We're working towards now an Ioris partnership. So once the countries are happy with the trial agreement, their content Ioris, we can then sign Ioris partnership. Okay. My apologies. Where am I? Political. The next one. In the meantime, we're also building those sound partnerships, okay? So with the Djibouti Code of Conduct in the last 2 weeks ago, they approved to test using Ioris for 1 year, okay? So this way we can already start developing an umbrella in which we provide Ioris training in East Africa and the Arabian Peninsula. We're working on Ioris upgrades, like you heard. We continue conducting those exercises. Olivier has just finished conducting an exercise for the region. You heard him speak about it yesterday, and he'll brief about it later. We conduct national exercises, interagency exercises, to continue getting those skills used. In the next panel, you'll hear how we are developing SOPs, because it's not enough giving the tool to the partners, but we need to get the partners into a habit of exchanging information. So these are ideas that we have brainstormed, and we have a kind of SOP upon which, once we provide the Ioris training, we also guide them on the development of developing SOPs. Finally, community areas. And this would be nice if it could be discussed this afternoon in the syndicates, because at the end of the day, if we want to exchange information, it has to be in clusters. You can't expect big groups to exchange information with one another, because it won't happen. So I don't want to shock you with the next slide. It is my personal brain dump, okay? It's the slide after this, just leave it here. But when we come to talk about community areas, they can either be community areas which are geographic, and that can be regional or sub-regional. Okay? And it's totally flexible. It can be 2 countries, 5 countries, 10 countries. Total flexibility. You can have organizational community areas, so you can have the mother countries together forming a community area, a bubble. You could have thematic community areas, so you could have the regional fisheries monitoring centers grouping up together and exchanging information on blacklisted vessels, for example. You could have the same for search and rescue. And in fact, this afternoon, Thomas is going to be leading an initiative for the southern Indian Ocean, where they're going to start seeing how to use Ioris to activate the networks. And you can have operations community areas. These are the type of community areas like the RCOC recently used to conduct these joint operations, okay? Total flexibility on how they're used over there. So like I said, don't be surprised or shocked with the next slide. This is my personal brain dump. It's not official, but it's just to give you an idea on where we could go with the network. So, next please. So, as you can see over here, this is based on a geographic sense of how the network could develop. You're seeing the boxes, the bubbles in line. Those are regional hubs, which could then be broken up into sub-regional hubs. Okay? And the sub-regional hubs are in yellow. Now, the idea is you get as many countries as possible into those hubs, because the more hubs you have, the more bubbles you have, more community areas you have, the more the system will be used. And the countries now which are in green are those countries which are using Ioris. The countries which are in orange, different shades of orange, are those countries where we're having discussions. And the countries in light blue are those countries where we're still a bit backwards. We haven't yet started. On the table, there's also one in dark blue. There's India and Singapore. India and Singapore have got a system like Ioris, and they are not keen to use Ioris. And this is where we have another project with these countries where we're going to link the different info exchange systems together through a project called Share It. And Sergio will brief on that in the next panel. There's also a box at the bottom called Industry, because I discussed how Ioris could be used either by a single service, interagency, regional, but now we could have a 4th tier, because we could have merchant shipping at sea, logging into boxes of safety and security centers, and there could be this virtual chats between MRCCs and merchant ships through Ioris. This is thinking futuristically. It's thinking ahead. But it can happen because, as we learned just last month, the Ethiopians are communicating with the merchant ships at sea already. So this is the future, and Diego will give us a brief about our future thinking on this concept. In purple are the potential bubbles using political organizations, regional organizations, okay? At the moment, for example, there's an info exchange agreement between the IOC and Atalanta, and it is specified in that agreement that the info exchange tool to be used would be Ioris. Yeah? I know that the French, for example, Al-Indian, are negotiating the same with the Omanis. And there's a trilateral planning cell, Tanzania, Mozambique, South Africa. Ioris is not mentioned there, but Ioris could be the basic tool through which they exchange information if they wanted to, because at the moment they lack a tool. Okay, like I said, this was just my brain dump to give you an example of where we could go in terms of community areas. Next, please. So very briefly, I'll just take you through a few slides of what I explained so far. The bulk of my work personally is to visit countries and get the political buy-in, and more often than not, I'm successful. Next, please. After that, we provide the Ioris courses, and Björn will give a brief of the type of courses that we provide. Next, please. After that, Olivier comes in and provides regional exercises, and the national instructors conduct national exercises. And this is one of the best examples we had. Cremas Rex in the Western Indian Ocean, 7 countries, 17 agencies, operating together over 4 days. You know, the benefits are that confidence and trust is built, lessons are learned, gaps are identified. Next, please. We've also supported exercises between ships at sea and coastal installations, and this is one of the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium. And next, please. To conclude, basically summing up 3 main points. Sustainability, it has been on our minds since day one, and at the beginning of my brief, I provided those 4 options that we're looking at. The onboarding process, I explained the trial agreements, how we are getting countries to decide whether they want to use Ioris or not. And finally, the steering committee meeting in March 2023. Now, all I put over here, we're going to discuss in one syndicate this afternoon, okay? This afternoon there are 5 syndicates, 1 of them is on policy. So we can go into all the points I presented, and I'd be keen to hear your views this afternoon. So together we can start already developing the future of the Ioris governance structure. And with that, I conclude my brief. Perhaps I'll now pass directly to the others. Like I said, this afternoon we're going to discuss it. Okay, so if you have any burning questions you'd like to ask now, you can go ahead and ask them. Any burning questions you'd like to ask right now? If not, okay. So I hand over to the next briefer.
All right, good morning. Björn Benz, I introduced myself yesterday. I will be talking about the Ioris training, what phases we foresee for training. And I also will be talking about a little bit about the SOPs like my director already told you about. Time's up, apparently. So, the content of today is going to be, first of all, the types of Ioris users. There's a difference in what you can do in the platform. There will be talk about regional representatives, the training, of course, as well, because that's the point of my presentation. I will talk about continuity. I will talk about exercises and also about SOPs. The next slide. So types of Ioris users. You have a basic user and you have the area admin. Those are the operational users of the platform, right? The basic user is the operator, the person who can use it on a day-to-day basis. It'll depend on what permissions he gets, because it's not because you are a basic user that you can do anything you want in the system. This depends upon the area administrator, the next type of user, a little bit higher. And that's the person who will be able to create an area or who can administer the area. He can add people, or they can add people to it. They can remove people. They can give other permissions. So if you're a user in an area, you could have no permissions at all, which means that you would be a simple observer. This is not linked to your login. It's linked to every area. So this can be different for every single area. And that's why the area administrator has a very big responsibility. Actually, first of all, they need to add people to it and the correct people to it. And also they need to give the correct responsibilities to people. I'm not going to go too much into detail about the responsibility, about the permissions, but on the bottom you can see of the screen, you can see what the permissions are. So you can share documents, but it doesn't mean that because I can share a document that it will automatically be uploaded. There's always somebody who has to control, who has to check that document to see if it's a valid document, if it's good or not. Right? Not too much into detail, but this is the possibility that you can do. We work with regional representatives. That means that our trainers have been assigned to different countries. And it's always these trainers, or we try to get always these trainers, to get back to the same countries. Because we build up trust, we build up relationships, and we can know how far the trainees have already gone, where they are, what the level of the training is. So there's a continuity as well. We try to assign them in what we would think, like in Martin's brain dump, as he so eloquently says it, what we could consider possible community areas. So we see different countries that we might see a possibility for them to work together. Of course, it's up to you to decide if you want to. And then we put those trainers in the same countries so that they can provide continuity again and can see that the same level of training has been achieved as well. These people will be the persons of contact for those countries in case they have any questions about Ioris. So it's always the same people that you see back. Always very easy to contact the people, send an email, and you always know who you have to talk to. And of course, the follow-up is very important as well. The types of training now. First of all, you have a foundation course. The foundation course is the course where we will be training people to be basic users. In this course, they will learn how to use the platform, how to use the features, what we can do with the platform, but just basic one. Because it's very condensed, we have to have a lot of features to explain in one of these trainings. That's why we go on to an advanced training as well afterwards, most of them. The advanced training will provide the possibility to get some more exercises then, right? So basic exercises in the use of the platform and introduction how to use the platform in day-to-day operations. And also this is the place where we will start training area admins. So the area admins are selected from people who have done the basic course and who will then, according to what the country's needs are, it can be based on rank, it can be based on function. It does not have to be a higher rank, it can be a certain function within the operation center. And they will then continue to become the advanced users, being area admin. And of these people who have done the area admin course, we will then set up a training to make some of them trainers for their own countries. So the train-the-trainer program. And the point here is that we don't keep coming back all the time when there's, for example, a crew change in an operation center, when there's people who leave, people go on retirement, people go to other units. So then we have the local trainers, the national trainers, who will be able to provide training to ensure that the handover is followed correctly, so that we don't have a loss of knowledge or a loss of logins. Okay. So the continuity, that's as I said, is with the local trainers. These people will be key in the success of Ioris as well, because as Martin already said, the budget is finite, but we can have people in your own country training your own people whenever there's a need for new training. If you want to have a new batch of operators, they can do the training, or if you have to replace some people, they can do the training as well. There will always be support from the Ioris instructors as well, of course. If you need any questions, we hand them out the syllabus, we hand them out all the presentations that we have, and of course, like I did with Sri Lanka, for example, last week, we did the trainer-trainer course. If they have any questions, they can always call me back and, or send me a WhatsApp or whatever, and I'll be happy to help them and assist them. Same with all of my other colleagues. Now, we also provide exercises, because not only should you know how to work with the platform, you should also know when to work with the platform. That's what the exercises are doing. We start usually with one-day exercises, which are a very low-key, low-profile exercise. Usually it's just agency exercise. But we can continue and make them more difficult and more difficult until we have full scenarios with injects. This can be the same day, or it can be multi-day exercises as well. As I said, these exercises can be agency. So, for example, only the Navy, or only the Coast Guard, or only the police, whichever agency you want to have trained to decide or to learn how to share information over different areas in their country. But we can then move on to interagency. Once everybody has built up confidence, we can go over to interagency, where we link agencies together. And after that, of course, the next logical step is regional, where we have different countries and different agencies working together on the same exercise. Now, there's one point as well that has been made by Martin. That's the SOPs. You have learned how to use the program. You have learned what you can do with the program in an exercise environment. But now it's time to write this into day-to-day use. And I know I've been in the Navy as well. I'm still in the Navy a little bit as a reservist. No SOPs means that it's simply not going to be used. If it's not written down, the program will not be used. So that's why we have devised a support for the countries that we train to set up their standard operation procedures. We are not going to dictate what you need to do with it, but we can provide you with a basic standard SOP, or we can help you implementing Ioris in your own SOPs. This is something we would provide to you as well, should you wish to receive this, of course. It's based on experience gained from our partners, so it doesn't come only from us, it comes from all of you who have been trained already as well. And of course, based on exercises that we have done, or operations, or live exercises that we have done. So we provide with a standard SOP template, one for daily use. So if you set up a area or a community area where you want to communicate on a day-to-day basis with everybody, this will be the SOP for daily use. And we also have one for ad hoc events or incidents. So what to do in case you have an incident, in case you have a search and rescue incident, for example. What do you do? How do you go about setting up your area, adding people, and ensuring that you have adequate response to the situation at hand? This is about the SOPs. Now, to finish, I think, yes, Ioris, that's it. That's how it works. I didn't have the AIS layer on it because it would be a little bit too cluttered if I zoom out too much. But this is the program. I've been working with it now for 1.5 years, almost practically every day. It can be every day. I am very convinced. And I'm sure that everybody who will get to know the program, the platform better, will be convinced as well. I'm not saying this because I want to sell it. I'm just saying it because I know if I see a good product, I like to talk about it, and I like to convey this to other people as well. This will be the platform that can link you all together and can finally bring everybody together and share information. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Okay, so you've seen all the magic to Ioris, how it works, the videos, and all the ways that it can be utilized. But what I'll be doing is I'll show you a little bit behind the curtain of how Ioris operates. So, I'm Glenn Forbes. I'm the Ioris administrator, and this is the authorization of Ioris. So, overall, the goal of operationalization is the process to ensure that users, irrespective of the country, irrespective of which agencies, so that their ability to securely collaborate in confidence, whether within their own agencies, their own borders, cross agencies, and across the borders, with a willingness to partner others in the common endeavour, which we know is the improvement of maritime domain awareness. Which was on? Down here. Get it down. Probably turn it off. No, I did. Okay, I'm good. Thank you. Okay, the first thing, as Bjorn has already gone through in the Ioris courses, the three levels that you'll need. What we have for the authorization is to make sure that once your agencies, your countries have gone through the process of those courses, we'll then move on to how you can then go onto the operational platform and how you can actually get into the real hard work of collaborating with the various partners, whether it's agency, whether it's country, whether it's regional. So as Martin, who stole my sandwiches on the trial agreement, as he said, the trial agreement is where you then take the step of how you're going to commit to using the platform to ensure that you are going to work across the board with whichever, as I said, with the community areas, you're working across the board with everybody that you need to, whether it's your agencies and whether it's across the region. So what happens is that once the instructors have gone through the courses, and then you go and talk about how you're going to then agree to use the platform, we're going to sign the trial agreement and then the steps to take in how you're going to receive, for instance, the data, how you're going to set up your own community areas, but also how you're going to set up your accounts so that you can make sure you have the people that you need to be in one area. Keep doing that. Try not to. Okay, so what we have at the top level, the regional hub. So as Martin mentioned earlier, we have the Indian Ocean hub and also the Asia Pacific hub. So they are specific to those regions to ensure that you are cooperating with other countries. So the next level down from that, I'll just give you a quick example there. What we have, I'll show you what we have here is Asia Pacific. This is what I have to do. So on a daily basis, we have a communications check. Again, as Martin has already said, this is key to determining how many people are using the platform, but also making sure that on a daily basis, you know that if there's anything happening, you're not going to miss out at all. So once you've got the regional hub sorted out, we then move into the national side. So this is where the country will bring all the agencies together to ensure that the information relating just to the country is shared amongst all those who need to know. And it's just not just the need to know, but the willingness to share that information, which is what we're all about. We then can have separate community areas for the agencies. So if it's, you look at Ministry of Defence, you can have your Army, Air Force, Coast Guard, all of those included in not only joint agency, community areas, but you can also have them as separate, so they can talk within the Navy, talk about the situation that they see. For instance, if they have various centres around the country, for instance, if you look at Indonesia, they have many agencies around the whole coast, and they can share information with the command, but also make sure that all the other areas are aware, or centres are aware of the situation in hand. So what happens with how you get on board? What happens is the assignment of the users initially. As the administrator, I'm the one who's going to make sure that you are happy with your input to how you want to set up your agencies at the beginning. Over time, with your area admin, they can then create their own, bring in the people that they need to, and Kamaria will step back and lead them to it. as mentioned by Bjorn, when it comes to the training, you have your general user, and then you have your more specialized area admin. And those are the ones who will control the community area on behalf of the command, on behalf of the agency, so that they can make sure that they're the first line to make sure things are working. Now, one of the things that I know some have found a bit difficult to understand is the idea of not creating an account for an individual. It's to make sure it's generic, it's role-based, so if that person moves on, whoever comes in, they take on that mantle and they can continue the same service following training. It's not a mission impossible. It is quite easy. All you have to do is come and ask anyone within the Camario team, the point of contact that you have from the trial agreement. That can be the point where you go back to them and we'll help you out. So once you've got all your accounts settled, you've got the trial agreement, the thing now that you want to be able to do is to monitor the movement of vessels. So we will allocate to those who have signed the trial agreement, we'll allocate an AS layer. And as you can see from some of the lectures this morning, also Skylight could be something else that we brought up, so the dark vessel movement, fishing, legal fishing, but also the idea of creating events in certain areas for you to monitor. So what we'll do is allocate that. It'll go to all of those that you, as your agency, as your country, may wish to have in place. So we fully support that. And as Martin said, the provision of AAS by country is something that the cost is borne by the project, and continue to do so to make sure that you can do that. And we also make sure that any issues that you may have, always come back to myself or the area admin or any of the instructors, and we will make sure that the service continues for you. And that basically is how you have the authorization of the live platform, and to make sure that you're happy. It's not about what we want, it's what you need to have so that you can get to that point where your MDA is improved, your situation awareness is raised, but also make sure you can talk to all those that you need to talk to, whether it's in your country, your agencies, or across the region. The decision really is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. This is I'm Diego Canovas, the moderator introduced me before. This is a completely change in the whole approaches we have taken so far. So most of you are here to see how we can catch the bad guys. But my presentation is not about that. So my first question is, what is a merchant vessel? So a merchant vessel could be a suspect, for many of you, could be a means of transport, essential for the welfare of our nations, could be for a submariner a nice target, 2 torpedoes in the water immediately. But my approach will be completely different, because a merchant vessel is something we have to protect when we are speaking about legitimate trade. And this is a new approach when we consider the use of Ioris. And then let me repeat a general statement and a principle very well known when we are talking about CIMIC in the Army, in the Navy. It's different, but the general principle is the same. So understanding the concern and the interests of the civilian entities, of the shipping industry in this case, and speak the same language. This is a general principle we apply when we consider the shipping industry. And also one statement. So the European Union as a whole, and the European Union Primario, the project, is fully committed with the safety and security of seafarers, and this is what is new now in this symposium. So my presentation will be focused on the safety and security of the seafarers. Of course, you can have vessel of collection interest. That's for intel. You could have a lot of different SOPs regarding incident, smuggling, etc. But I will be focused on the maritime security threat that maritime industry consider. The main idea is that Ioris is a necessary tool, okay, which will increase safety and security of seafarers through an increased maritime domain awareness, the issuing of warnings, and military reaction to incidents, attacks, for example. That's the main idea. We will speak about pragmatic areas. I will not elaborate too much on the suppression of a high-risk area. The risk assessment, the typical risk assessment conducted by the company security officer, we have to speak the same language. How the scenario has evolved in the maritime security in this region and globally. What is BMP, the future BMP. Also the information chain, essential for the maritime industry. Tools we have now, and what kind of contribution Ioris will provide. And some example. Okay, this is something that's just for you know that how important our region is for the shipping industry. Okay, for the traffic. So I will not speak too much about that. But as you see, okay, the South and East Asia and the northern part of the Indian Ocean, in a sense, is essential because of the vast majority of traffic transit across this region. This is from Equasis, and it's based on AIS sighting. Okay, it's dependent on AIS sighting, but this is what data suggests. What's happened with areas, okay, that you know that the high-risk area will be suppressed as of the 1st of January. There will be a change in paradigm. Okay, the shipping industry will take a global and dynamic approach. But will we have new areas? Of course, we will. Maybe areas that we will not be able to plot in a chart, but there will be generic areas. But there will be areas in which threat should be mitigated from a global perspective. And the threat the maritime security is considering now is maritime crime, theft, armed robbery, kidnap for ransom, and stowaways issues, piracy, cyber security, spoofing and jamming, state-on-state actions, insurgency, and maritime terrorism. This is the set of maritime security threat the shipping industry is considering now. And they will be published in January, perhaps immediately before January, because they are in a hurry now. So we will have new areas, indeed. We will have a new area in the Gulf of Guinea, labeled in a different way, but it's an area in which vessel will be strongly recommended to mitigate, to implement action ship protection measures to mitigate the threat. Well, we have now the typical risk assessment is key. Indeed, it's at the center of any best management practice. It's key for any fleet. So we have to understand how a company security officer conducts that risk assessment. So they take into account the vulnerability and also the threat assessment. But be careful with the threat assessment. You say, okay, the threat is low, but the threat is made of intent, capability, and opportunity of the bad guys. So the threat is low as long as there is no opportunity and there is no intent. Because sometimes they keep the capability. It's the case in some parts of the Indian Ocean region. So threats are dynamic, they are changing. So cybersecurity was not a threat few years ago. We didn't consider that. But now it's a very important threat for the merchant community. And they conduct very much complex risk assessment on cybersecurity. This is a typical pattern for the risk, and then we have the likelihood and the impact, of course. And then about the vulnerability, we consider decreasing factors and increasing factors. When I say we, it is not only the navies, it is not only the law enforcement, but also the private maritime security companies, and also, of course, the shipping industry, the company security officers. So a decreasing factor is extra lookouts, training, razor wire, private armed security team on board. We are not endorsing the use of private armed security team on board. Of course, nobody endorses that. It should be part of any company security officer risk assessment. And also increasing factors. Increasing factors included, for example, sub-areas to transit. That could be. Of course, you have to take into account that circumnavigation has a very important impact on bunkering. So that's very important. So the use of Ioris now starting to include Ioris in my brief is important for the calculation of vulnerability. Also, maritime domain awareness. We know the definition for maritime domain awareness. We know the confusion with maritime situational awareness. Maritime domain awareness was coined in the US in 2005, if I'm not wrong, and then was transferred to the IMO, and then it's a common definition. But maritime domain awareness has gone beyond law enforcement and Navy's boundaries. So a few weeks ago, OCIM published a new guide for hardening vessels, and including maritime domain awareness for company security officers who are conducting the risk assessment. So let's take a broader perspective. So maritime domain awareness is something that a company security officer should take into account when planning routes. Okay, this is the scenario very quickly. This is a map that you can find in the International Maritime Bureau report this year. Of course, we have more sources, but this is a source we can disseminate. It's in open sources. So as you can see, okay, the typical, there is theft in Celebes and Sulu area. The Straits of Singapore and Malacca, there has been an increase in armed robbery. Also, okay, we have Campeche area, we have Venezuela, the El Callao anchorage, and we have new threats. We have motor vessel Pacific Circum, and we have, for the first time, registered or recorded, is an attack on Mercer Street last year using drone to kill people, the master and a private armed security guard. And also we have motor vessel Anatolian. It was off Somali coast that, well, yeah, you know that, Johnny's, we have worked together several times. But this is an example on opportunity, okay? The threat is low. It's clear that the threat is low. But if you offer opportunities, RPG attacking, okay, a vessel, loaded with military cargo, by the way, legitimate cargo for the Somali government. So this is a clear example. So now, when BMP5 was implemented in 2018, so beyond piracy, they had anti-ship missiles, sea mines, waterborne improvised explosive devices. Okay, that was the scenario considered in 2018. But now we have the use of drones. We have more conflict-related events. We have attack on Yemeni terminals by the Houthis. We have unmanned skiff used to attack in the IRTC. Sometimes this is against very specific interests, okay? Namely Israel, within the very complex chain of interest for vessel. Sometimes we find there is an Israeli interest behind the vessel, and that could be most likely the reason why they were attacked. But misidentification also is a problem. So there has been a change in the scenario. That's quite clear. And the shipping industry is very much concerned about that. And we should understand this very well. So BMP is a little bit behind the scenario. It's a typical pattern. We are behind the scenario. We try to conduct a very complex scenario building process in a staff, in a company, whatever, but usually we are a little bit behind, unfortunately. What is clear is that information exchange is a pillar for maritime domain awareness. That's clear. We assume, all of us, this as true. And it's key for warnings and incident response, which is the most appreciated action from the shipping industry. They need warnings and very fast incident response, military response. Information exchange tool. Okay, so this is an example, and we will see what Ioris could offer. We see more than a potential possibility for this, taking into account community areas, etc. Some very specific cases I have in mind. So we have Mercury. If it didn't exist, we would have to invent it. For what reason? For piracy. That's the reason why we invented Mercury. In which cases it is used now? Mainly for SOLAS events, sometimes for suspicious approaches, but mainly for SOLAS events. So the users are restricted to navies, law enforcement, official bodies. The merchant community is not in Mercury. That's one point. Well, only for piracy, in theory, and provided highly valuable information in real time, but only for navies and official bodies. We have the MSCHOA website. This is another example. So it's for merchant vessels. There is a secure site for merchant vessel and fishing vessel. It provided the ship protection measure statistics. It's unique in the world. And you can participate in the voluntary registration scheme, and you can have other information. For example, very much appreciated by the shipping industry, even though they are developing their own maritime security product now, maritime security threats product. But there is an industry realizable threat assessment and bulletin that we could include also in Ioris. Then we have a NATO developed, very interesting, maritime information exchange, MAGI. It was launched in the Mediterranean Sea, and for the first time, it includes the possibility to have the merchant community and companies. But it is from NATO. And then, of course, UKMTO is a very well-known, is a major actor. They have a system in open sources, not secure, providing advisories when there is any incident. Okay? Okay, and before, this is my last slide. I haven't seen the red card. No? Okay. The most important for the shipping industry, obviously, is to have useful information for them. They are something we have to take into account when we think on the shipping industry. They are reluctant to provide information. There is a huge underreporting. They don't want to be disturbed, in plain words. But we have to protect them. That's a clear principle. So what Ioris could offer is the possibility to have law enforcement, navies, maritime police, all official bodies, and the merchant community in the same forum, with different privileges or considering different kind of community areas. I have in mind the voluntary registration area for MSC HOA, starting in Suez Canal, Strait of Hormuz, 10 degrees south, 78 degrees east. But it is one possibility. There are more possibilities, also at national level. As the director, the project director mentioned, Ethiopia is already using this. But now my focus regarding the example is regional level. That could be a good example. That will be one step forward. They have low bandwidth. It's important for a vessel, you know that, okay, to have on the bridge all the time. They could switch community areas. The data is secure, the information is secure. A merchant vessel will know when a vessel is dispatched to provide military incident response. They will know it in real time. They could participate in a registration scheme through Ioris at the same time. They could download industry realizable threat assessment and bulletin from Ioris. And of course, the level of privileges could be different for any of them. Is web access, of course, web-based, free of cost, if we consider this example, will increase the security and safety and environmental conditions, and a merchant vessel, of course, they are free to enter information. We should not, everything works on the shipping community. So we have ISPA's code, which is a part of an international treaty, as Michele could say, and then we have recommendations, voluntarily. That's the way it works. So we are talking here, now the red, thank you, Gabriel. We are talking here on voluntary recommendation. That's the base for BMP. There was a very intense debate at the beginning in 2009, but the shipping industry decided not to take ISPA's code because it's compulsory for signatory countries for this. So they have the possibility to implement this and this ship protection measure. But they have also the possibility to have Ioris in a very, very precise example, which is, for example, a voluntary registration area. Well, that increases maritime domain awareness, improves vulnerability, decreases, vulnerability, warnings, and military response to incident. So, and that's all. The end, we are fully committed with safety and security of seafarers. Please don't think on torpedoes all the time, or bucket list, or whatever. They are not. There is a huge legitimate trade, and we have to protect them. In port, and in the high seas, in everywhere. That's all. Thank you very much.
Good morning. So I will be closing this session, I guess. I'm the last speaker about Sherit. So I won't take you long, and I'm keeping you from lunch, I suppose, right? Right, guys. So I'll be fast. So overview, state of play, and way ahead. So what is Sherit all about? First slide, please, or second. So when Primario 2 started, it was announced the expansion to South and Southeast Asia. And we did a thorough analysis about this new region, which was completely new to us. So Primario had a long and well-known knowledge about what was going on in the Eastern Indian Ocean, in the Western Indian Ocean, sorry, but not that much about what is going on in South and Southeast Asia. So all the teams started looking around and seeing what is going on, what are these guys doing, how do they operate, how can we improve information sharing in this region. And we found out several interesting things, and one of the most interesting things is that in this region there are very well established information fusion centers that already have their systems, they have their networks, they have their info exchange tools. So in this case, what would be the added value of Ioris itself? So if we think the fastest solution is, okay, let's deploy Ioris into the center. And this is the fastest solution, so they can start communicating with each other. But is it the most efficient and most effective way to doing it? Well, maybe not. And are they seeing Ioris as a competition or as someone that is complementary? So there are sensitive topics here. So we immediately realized that we could do or offer something complementary to what they already have, complementary to Ioris, and therefore try to improve information sharing and navigating through some sensitive topics here. So that's how we came up with the idea of ShareIt. So next slide, please. So ShareIt, in a very straightforward way, is an innovative technology, and I'll define innovative in a moment, to convey information from well-established information centers that have already their own systems into other information fusion centers that already have their own information systems by interconnecting those systems. So it's not about adding another system, it's about providing a way for these well-established information fusion centers and organizations to exchange information among themselves, which they are not presently doing. For example, IFC-IOR, IFC-Shanghai, and other organizations of the sort, RMIFC, which cover very different regions of the Indo-Pacific, IFC Peru, for example, each of which has a huge area already, but if you are trying to build MDA in the whole and across the Indo-Pacific, you have to put these guys talking to each other, because one vessel is going from India to the Gulf of Guinea, for example, or to Madagascar or whatever. So ships, when they leave one area of interest of one IFC, they cannot disappear from the eyes of those that are building MDA. They need to be followed and handed over from one side to the other. So this was being done very well at the regional level, but in fact the regions were not communicating that much, or at least the communication could be improved between these regions and these centers. And that's where we came up with the idea of, instead of providing an additional tool, providing something that would help their systems to interconnect with each other. Okay, so this is the innovative part, technology that did not exist to integrate the systems. But then you might be asking, but that is already done. I mean, there is lots of technology. We can just get technology from here and there and plug the systems together. That is already invented. Well, in fact, that is true. And we could actually have done that. But there is much more to this than just developing the technology. First, we need to create a community of stakeholders. Why? Because there is a common challenge. And the common challenge is that MDA needs to be done by all together. They need to acknowledge they have a challenge. They need to acknowledge they need to communicate with each other in the most effective and efficient way. And thereby they need to get together to address this common challenge. The other thing is that we could provide this technology out of the box in a few weeks. It's already out there. What is the detail? The detail is that they have not built this technology themselves, they have not designed it. And do they trust this technology? If I give you my phone and I tell you to call your boss and pass some sensitive information, would you trust my phone? I don't think so. Well, maybe some of you, not everyone. So this is exactly what ShareIt is all about. ShareIt is about building technology, which is not skyrocket technology. It's about technology that, if built, conceived, and designed, and developed by everyone interested in a very transparent and straightforward way, it will be technology that will meet the end user's requirements, and it will be technology that end users would be trusting to exchange sensitive information. So this is what ShareIt is all about. It's not about the bits and bytes of the technology. It's about the community getting together, deciding to agree and committing to act on a common challenge and committing to work together a common solution. This is what Share It is all about. And then in the end, there is technology, okay? So in a nutshell, we have there the community, and then we have the common technology that will enable the different fusion centers, which have already very sophisticated systems to exchange relevant information with each other. So this is the end state. Now, it's also important to think that if we are going to bridge this gap and putting the information fusion centers and organizations of the sort talking to each other, there are some legal and operational aspects that need to be discussed. When are they going to share information? Which information are they going to share? On which purposes? Which is the framework for this exchange? What are the procedures? So to all of this I call legal and operational factors, which are the actual enablers of the technology. So there is a purpose, there is a solution, but then there are enablers that need to be developed by the community again. And here I keep repeating, the community is very much important because it is the users of the technology that will discuss when, how, for which purposes, what is the framework, if there are MOUs, if we need something different to use this technology. So the community is the key here, the technology is the outcome, and the legal and operational factors are enablers that, again, will be discussed by everyone and agreed upon according to the needs. Next slide, please. So I've spoke about what we are trying to achieve, but then I will speak about how we are going to achieve it. So we decided first, this is a very complex initiative. I mean, we are talking about information sharing here for 2 days, and information sharing is surely not a straightforward thing, otherwise we would be doing something else. So creating information sharing at this scale is even more complex. And so it needs to be done in a way also that you present results. So we could not come here and tell you, look guys, we are going to do this, and in 6 years' time, we will have a solution for you. This is not, I mean, you would all leave. So the idea is not that. The idea is to come up with quick results, but results that are tangible and results that will motivate the community to continue developing its efforts. So something happened with my slide. Okay. So thank you. So the idea is to develop Share It in an iterative and incremental process. So it means that we will go over various iterations, and in every iteration we will add value to the solution. So you might ask, okay, but what is the scope of the first iteration or the second? How is it agreed, decide? Well, it's decided in the first step of the process, which is the conceptualization. So we get together, we arrange a conference, we discuss the main requirements, we prioritize these requirements, and we define what we are going to work on the first iteration. Then there is a development phase for about 6 months, during which we come up with a technological solution designed and developed by everyone together according to the capabilities of everyone. But in the end of the day, the idea is to have a transparent development that anyone can look into, anyone can audit, anyone can participate, contribute, etc. Then, there it goes again. There is something strange going on. So, then after the development, there is a demonstration. What is the purpose of the demonstration? So you can imagine that we are working with different information fusion centers to come up with the technology, that we are designing it together, but then each of the centers can develop part or completely the solution on its own. And it's okay, and it should be like that, because we are agreeing on common standards for communicating with each other. So, and moreover, if they develop their own solution based on a common design, they will, in the end of the day, be able to communicate with each other because they are following common standards, and they have full control and full trust of the technology because they developed it. They participated in the design, they developed it, they have full control. And this is very important, to trust in the technology. After the development, we get together in a conference and we demonstrate the results. This is very much important. But what do we demonstrate? Well,
We demonstrate that the technology brings added value to the participants, that before they could not exchange certain types of information among themselves, and now with the technology they can do it. We also demonstrate that we can actually bring together the different systems and put the systems communicating with each other using a standard technology, and many other things. So this is the purpose of the demonstration. Last but not least, an experimentation phase. Okay, so we define the requirements, we develop some first version of the technology, we demonstrated, everyone is more or less convinced, but now everybody needs a bit of time to go home and experiment with it, do some exercises, try it out, analyze it, do some feasibility studies before deciding about adopting it or not. So this phase of experimentation is also very much important because it will give time to stakeholders to familiarize themselves with the technology, understand the implications of integrating it with their own systems, and so on and so forth, until getting to the end state. And the end state that we want to achieve is everyone using this kind of common tool, this translator, in front of their own systems, and thereby enabling the systems to talk to each other. So this is how it goes. This is the rhythm. So again, I recap: one conference for requirements, more or less 6 months to develop, more or less one conference for the demonstration, and another 6 months more or less for experiment. Next slide, please. No. Yes, I have another one. Okay, so what are the main components? What are we delivering? What are the tangible results? So the tangible results, one of them is the common technology. Okay, I mentioned the community already, because the community is the key to all of this. But then, concretely also, the common technology, which comprises a reference implementation and the technology handbook. The technology handbook is the design and the specifications of the technology that will be open and transparent for everyone willing to implement it or to test it or to audit, to see, look at it, make suggestions, commentaries, etc. The reference implementation is a piece of the software on its own. And why is it important? Well, first of all, we are developing it to make sure that we can achieve the results that we want with the design that we have done. Second, if everybody, or at least some of the community, some participants in the community are developing the technology on their own, they need some kind of standard against which to test their own developments. So we are developing the technology ourselves, and all the others will ensure that what they are doing is compatible with ours. If what they are doing is compatible with ours, they will be compatible with all the others. And last but not least, the technology can be offered by us for organizations that are not willing or cannot, on a specific period of time, develop the technology to experiment, to use, etc. So we can also provide this technology in these circumstances. So this is why we are developing a reference implementation, the community I already mentioned, and the legal and operational handbooks. So the idea is that we have these supporting handbooks to support the operation, the usage of the technology, to clarify everything. So these are the core deliverables of the initiative. Next slide, please. So where are we at this point? So we have done the first requirements conference in Paris in April this year, where we had the pleasure to have the presence of IFC Singapore, IFC Peru, RMIFC, and UNODC, and where we discussed the requirements at a very high level. We presented the first version of the technology handbook, that is, I recall, the design of the solution, and we also came up with some operational scenarios. It's important that the technology is showcased against realistic situations. So we had two tracks, one operational track and one technology track. While the technology guys were discussing the design of the solution, the operational guys were discussing what should the solution be used for. So they came up with a few scenarios, they came up with a few data samples, and we have been working with that since then. So we have the first version of the operational scenarios. Then we started the development, so we are already going through the development. We enhanced the operational scenarios. We continued developing we developed the operational handbook. So the operational handbook is a spin-off of the technological handbook where the scenarios were previously included. And here it comes again. And then the technology, so we developed the first version of the technology, very focused on some scenarios, on specific types of data that we think are important at this point. We also enhanced, of course, the technology handbook because, as you know, design is good until the moment that you start developing, and then you realize that there are things lacking in the design, so you have to go back, update it, and then you see this is a complex process because everybody has to be in sync. So everybody needs to know what is going on, and we are coordinating several guys working on this. And then we developed the support IT infrastructure, which is helping us to demonstrate and test all of this. Then we are now going for the demonstration conference, which is scheduled for Thailand, Bangkok, in January 2023, hosted by UNODC, which endorsed very enthusiastically this initiative. So again, IFC Singapore, IFC Peru, IFC and UNODC will be the main participants demonstrating the technology with which they have been involved since the beginning. There will be other organizations that invited as observers, and of course, as the name implies, there will be a joint demonstration of the technology, of what we were capable of coming up with in this period of 6 months, which again implies designing, developing, testing, coordinating everyone, creating interesting scenarios, and testing the technology with all of this. The next step after that is the experimentation phase. So in this experimentation phase, we are looking for a 6-month period, more or less, where, as I said before, the technology will be experimented by the stakeholders, where we will try to identify clear added value, clear implications, ideas for improvement. You know, it's when you get your hands on that this thing becomes much more clear. And then from there, we hope that all the participants will commit even more to this kind of developments and understand that there is added value, understand what are the implications of integrating their own systems with this kind of solutions. I mean, there are implications at various levels, technological, cyber, legal, political, operational, all the sorts of implications that we can think of, and they need time to think about this. But they need time to think about this all together, not alone, not in isolation, not with some out-of-the-box technology. This is something that needs to be done all together. So next slide, please. And that's it. So this was all about sharing. I don't know if you have any questions, but I think we'll have a Q&A session afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sergio, and also to the entire colleagues, to all the colleagues who have been presenting this session. Now we have a little bit of time. I mean, not really, but if you have questions, please shut them up. Also, Martin is available for questions, so please, sir.
Yes. Just thank you so much for this presentation, which when going really into the detail was very interesting. Just have a question a little bit from the legal perspective, which was mentioned, I think, by you, Sergio, also by you, Diego. When it comes to the SOPs, for example, for the different countries, and also for the legal framework, when it comes to sharing data and information, you're dealing with a really kind of different countries with different level of legal systems, different tradition of legal systems, but also a different level of existing legal framework. So how do you want to tackle this? And do you have legal experts? Or this is my question. Thank you.
Okay, the information provided by the shipping industry to any voluntary reporting or registration scheme is based on trust and is following some recommendations. Of course, if you go to BMP5, they will say that the reporting center should not unveil the identity of the vessel reporting. But there is no legal framework behind that. It is only a recommendation and is based on trust. What would happen if we unveil the identity? Then the reporting will increase. But this is from our perspective and based on the evidence. So regarding the shipping industry, the reporting center are not allowed by the shipping industry to disseminate the identity of reporting vessels. There is no more legal, because everything is voluntary. So we are talking about a voluntary system.
Thank you. So concerning sharing, well, this is a very interesting question. You rightly put it. So very different legal frameworks, different countries, different cultures. So as I said, ShareIt is an iterative and incremental effort. So we started with the operational needs, then to the technology, now with the experimentation. I have this experience from the past, many years working with legal teams as well, alongside with operational and technological teams. And so I know very well what this entails. I've witnessed this in the EU for many, many years. What we didn't want to do at this point was to involve the legal teams without having a clear idea. On the one hand, what is the purpose? What is the operational purpose? Because if we talk to the legal team and say, we want to exchange information, they cannot do anything with that. So the first point, we wanted to understand clearly what is the first step. In the second point, we wanted to see if there is traction on this, because we started the initiative, we are in the first iteration, so we are maturing. So far we have a lot of enthusiasm, but we need to see if this is gaining traction. So as I see it, the legal team will enter, and by the way, we don't have experts on this in the team for the time being, but if the need comes, and I hope the need will come, I see the legal team working on a second speed, in delay, after the work of the operational teams and technological teams are done, also iterative and incrementally. Having said this, there are already many precedents, for example, when it comes to search and rescue. So there are already some legal frameworks, and this is just an example, I'm not an expert, but that I can think of where there are already precedents about information that can be exchanged for certain purposes.
Thanks very much, Fabian. So, starting from the onset, when it comes to data, Cremario has no access to the data. Okay, so the data is owned by the originator. We cannot see it, so we have no say over this data. Having said that, what Ioris is an alternative to email or WhatsApp. So if you send a document by email, you're still the owner of the document, although it has reached the other side. But obviously, looking ahead, this is one thing we're going to have to deliberate in the steering committee. And like I mentioned, we'll have a subcommittee dealing with legal matters. And that's where a framework for the ownership of data and legal matters will be discussed and decided. Thank you.
Something in relation to ShareIt. So ShareIt is a distributed architecture. Without entering into details, it's basically a peer-to-peer network. So once the peers have the technology, they can communicate directly with their peer without going through any centralized device or whatever. So in this case, there is absolutely no access from anyone else except those involved in the exchange.
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a question. I've seen your presentation that you're proposing next year, 2023, that you want to compare safety and security. So my question related to the security especially, not the safety. In terms of sharing information in the future, let's say the security information can be divided into two categories. category A and category B, which I mean that some of the information can be sensitive, something related to the example, for instance, terror act. So how are you going to share if it is sensitive? In that sense, do you have a plan that if you share, that kind of information can be kept and secure and encrypted? Do you have a plan to do that? If so, I'm curious. What I'm saying is that what we have seen in our cases related to the maritime security, not only maritime, but the entire security when it comes into the terror attacks, the guys, the bad doers can receive that information, then this will be a consequence for the entire country, for the entire security. So what is your plan? This is the question. Before we read, let me see if you have a plan or what is your plan. That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ionis. So first, mercury, as I said before, was invented only for piracy. You can see mercury in red. Only piracy-related events are to be posted here. But the reality is that it's being used more and more frequently for SOLAS events. So because in the Gulf of Aden, but there is not an operational architecture, who is responding to SOLAS events in the Gulf of Aden? International navies usually. So that this is the fact. And we have provided an example of the use of Ioris for safety and security, including not only the typical official bodies, but also the merchant community. But we are not talking about sensitive information. This is a closed, of course, there will be a closed group of users, but this is about warnings, and this is about military incident response. That's the point. So we shouldn't go to data information, knowledge, understanding, focus on intel. We are not talking about that. We are talking about a very specific use as an example. And I have used the example. We have used that example because it could be very easily understood because we know Mercury, we know MSCO website. So that will be for the manager, of course, the use of the community area. But we are not talking about anything regarding sensitive. If there is an attack, there is an attack. There is the classification process is initial classification, and then initial classification could be an attack, apparently, because of this tripwire indicator, a suspicious approach, whatever, that we post it immediately. That's the current SOP in any reporting center. And 1 day, 2 days later, they could be finally classified as a maritime terrorism-related event or whatever. But that will be in an industry releasable threat document, not posted in detail. So that's the example, Jonas.
Thanks, Diego. I'll add a few points. I frequently like to make the analogy with WhatsApp. Okay, many of you have heard my briefs. So with WhatsApp, you create your different groups the way you want to exchange information, and the administrator decides who joins the group. So if information is being exchanged inside a select group on Ioris, obviously those who are inside the group can vet who are in the group. And if they feel uncomfortable with somebody who's in the group should not be there, he can be removed from the group. Okay, so this is totally in the hands of the administrator of the community area. You're not going to get strangers going into this group because you decide who joins it. Okay? Same principle as WhatsApp. The second point I want to make is that when it comes to security, Ioris is there for white shipping. Now, at this moment in time, if two countries are going to exchange information with one another, the probability is they're going to use email or WhatsApp at this moment in time in this part of the world. Okay? Through Ioris, we've heard that the system is a very secure system up to law enforcement standards, and you decide what you exchange inside Ioris. So if you feel that you want to exchange matters concerning terrorism, okay, terrorists, it's you who decide whether you exchange it or not in Ioris. You have the option to use email, you have the option to use WhatsApp. So you decide what information you want to exchange. When it comes to the classification of documents, we don't go into that, okay? We don't say that documents should be classified as secrets, top secret, confidential, restricted, or whatever. We don't go into that. What we say is that Ioris is a non-classified system, not unclassified, non-classified system, okay? Up to law enforcement standards. So again, you decide what information you want to exchange, much depending on how you feel about Ioris and what other options you have. Thank you. Dave, please go ahead.
Thank you, Martin. Just one quick point as well. Ioris is a fully encrypted system, but if you have a sensitive file you want to upload to the platform, you can also encrypt that at source with a 256 AES encryption key. Then you share that key with whoever you want by a different medium, upload the file, and only the person you share the key with can access and open the file. Thank you.
What I'd like to do is just one comparison when we mentioned WhatsApp. The difference between WhatsApp and Ioris is that Ioris acts as a repository for that information. So if there's a legal finish to the incident, you have it on record, whereas in WhatsApp, you can have your group, but can you get the information from all these other phones to then share with the courts? It's a lot more of a longer process. Sorry. Okay. Okay, yeah, sorry. What I was saying that the difference between WhatsApp and Ioris is that Ioris provides the ability for all the messages that are related to the incident will be there to be extracted for the legal finish. So it'll be documentation in support of a court case, for instance, whereas with WhatsApp, it's on anyone's individual phones. It can be shared with as many people as you want, and nobody will have any idea. And plus, if you had to use that information for a court, you'd have to then garner the information from a lot of different users who have access to the WhatsApp group. So Ioris has the ability to encrypt, but it also has the ability to then provide you a document that is accredited for use with the legal framework.
Okay, please, Interpol. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. So just that you mentioned the encryption. Is the encryption being made at the user level or at the server level?
Sorry. Yeah, the encryption when you upload a file is done at the server level and the storage. Yeah, but as we heard, you can actually encrypt the file at your personal level, then upload it encrypted, so it'll be encrypted twice, and then you end up with basically two sets of encryption, one that's controlled within Ioris and one that you control. So every file gets encrypted regardless, but you can add more if you want to as a personal level.
Okay, that was quick. Thank you. I like this kind of questions. Yes, let's try one last question, please. Okay. Then if there are no questions, good. Then I will conclude this session. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you for your questions. And now we have to go quickly to the last session, which is a short one before lunch. And I will invite to the stage Captain Marc Asuncion from US Navy. And also I invite to the scene UNODC representative, Mrs. Toral Vagdama. Thank you, sir. Please.
Okay, hey, good afternoon. My name is Captain Mark Asuncion. Call sign is Munch. As said before, I'm in the United States Navy, but currently I'm seconded to the Department of State. And at the Department of State, I'm the Senior Military Advisor for East Asia Pacific Affairs. Why am I here? Right, so right now there's an ongoing dialogue between the EU and the United States government to strategize on how we're going to interact in the Indo-Pacific. So a few weeks ago, we were on a conversation with Martin and his team about how the US and the EU could collaborate better in the Indo-Pacific to advance our mutual goals. And he mentioned this Ioris conference. So I said, hey, maybe it's a good time for me to go out here and actually learn from you on what's important here so that the US can actually help you out. Now, a little background on me before I go with my presentation. United States Navy for 30 years, was the naval attaché in Colombia and Mexico. So back then I did a lot of counter-narcotic work in the maritime environment. I then moved to the defense attaché in Libya, where I worked with mixed migration on the Mediterranean, and also counterterrorism in the Mediterranean as well. And then most recently I was at this US 7th Fleet, where I worked in, obviously, the climate change in the Pacific Islands, and also with some counter-PRC efforts with islands and maritime militia. So there's a lot of expertise in the maritime environment that I bring into the Indian Ocean. What Martin said yesterday is really important. What we're doing here now is very tactical and operational in how we use Ioris for maritime security, right? But what's most important is how you connect that with the strategy. You have to understand what the strategy is so you can determine how you can best tactically operate. So what I want to quickly do in about 5 minutes is just kind of go over the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy for the United States. Broad view, so you understand our strategy, and then I can take your questions and see how the U.S. can best support both the EU and the regional partners in the region. Next slide. Okay, President Biden said about the Indo-Pacific that the future of each of our nations, and indeed the world, depends on a free and open Indo-Pacific enduring and flourishing in the decades ahead. Slide. So we have this Indo-Pacific strategy. What exactly is the Indo-Pacific strategy? There's 5 pillars, and the visions for our 5 pillars are advancing freedom and openness, building collective capacity within and beyond the region, promoting shared prosperity, bolstering Indo-Pacific security, and building regional resistance or resilience. Now, in all these 5 pillars, probably the most important thing here is maritime security, because you have to have a security base, right, before you can have any kind of prosperity. If you can't set your security base, everything's going to fall apart. So very important what you're doing here and how the U.S. can contribute in that security. Next slide. All right, Secretary Blinken, he kind of talks about what an advanced and free and open Indo-Pacific is. Really, that's all about how countries have their sovereign rights and can make decisions free of coercion. That's what we want to promote. That's what the U.S. wants to promote here, not only in the Indian Ocean, but in the Indo-Pacific in general. Slide. We talk about connections beyond the region. So obviously, this is a slide with our Deputy Assistant Secretary with ASEAN. But really, how do we work as the United States with other governing organizations, whether it be ASEAN, you've heard of AUKUS, how do we work with Japan and Korea against the DRPK threat? How do we work in the Indian Ocean with the Quad partners as well? And obviously, how do we work with the EU to help out the region? That's the biggest point, because we can't do it alone. We have to work with our allies and partners. Slide. Driving regional prosperity. How does the U.S. go about in providing FDI, for foreign direct investment, and all kinds of jobs and support to the region to provide more prosperity? Right? It's really important for everybody to be prosperous and follow the rules. Slide. And I talked about the bolstering of Indo-Pacific security. Now, obviously here, this is a U.S. aircraft carrier, really important in the first island chain in the Asia-Pacific, not so much here in the Indian Ocean. But it does kind of speak to how we have to advance security in order to support sustained development. Slide. We also are concerned about transnational threats, not just about organized crime and whatnot, but also stuff like climate change, right? Or the COVID environment. How do we confront this globally and together in order to advance that prosperity in the region? Slide. And then taking action. You guys can read this slide better than I can, but really what this comes down to is how do we first invest in ourselves, right? How do we invest in supply chains? How do we invest in education and technology across the region? How do we take that investment and then use it to align with allies and partners? It's not good if the United States just has the technology and provides it for ourselves. We really need to kind of align with allies and partners to make sure that we are all doing this together. And then how do we use the investment and the alignment in order to strategically compete? I have to mention strategic competition because that's the essence of U.S. strategy. What is strategic competition, right? It's really not about necessarily a certain country or a certain non-state actor. It's really about those who follow the rules-based international order because rules drive prosperity versus those who try to break them, who violate the UNCLOS, who violate human rights international norms. How do we band together to make sure that we have these rules so we can all prosper and strategically compete? Okay. The essence feature of the approach is that it cannot be accomplished alone. Changing strategic circumstances and historic challenges require unprecedented cooperation with those who share in this vision. So that's probably my last slide. So how do we, as the United States right now, attempt to partner in this region? As you're aware, does everyone know who the Quad is? The Quad partnership? The United States, India, Japan, and Australia. What we're trying to do in this Quad is pool our resources in order to advance maritime security. So you're going to see that right now. You'll probably hear of things called the IPMDA, the Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness Initiative. That's an initiative by the Quad in order to provide RF technology to certain countries in order to advance their maritime security and their maritime domain awareness. We're also working with AUKUS, which is the Australians, the UK, and the US, in order to provide more security, maybe some submarines over to Australia to provide that kind of a extension of deterrence as well. And of course with ASEAN too, to make sure that ASEAN is central to whatever decisions are made in the Indo-Pacific. Okay, so this is how the US plugs in. So the reason why I'm here right now is to find out from you, and we can have these discussions over lunch or whatnot, on what you need to see the U.S. doing more to promote your security. It is not good for us to compete with the EU. We have to work together with the EU. So as was mentioned yesterday, you have Ioris, you have Sea Vision. How do these two things complement each other to advance that maritime domain awareness, which advances maritime security, which advances prosperity in the region? With that, I'll stop there and take your questions once the UNODC is finished. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, a huge thanks to Primario for giving us the opportunity to speak with you all today. My name is Toril Badgama. I'm the Program Coordinator for the Indian Ocean West Global Maritime Crime Program, part of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Next slide, please. So I'm not really going to spend too much time on this. I know it's just before lunch, but I think we talked a lot about the threats that we face in this region, but I'll swiftly kind of go through it. But as we all know, heroin from Afghanistan is by far the region's most prominent and long-standing maritime challenge, with increases seen in synthetic drugs, in meth, hashish trafficking, and quite recently you see cocaine trafficking seeping into the Indian Ocean through the Atlantic Ocean as well. But looking more closely at the southern route, you can almost see a number of these narcotics highways that have been established in this region. Although the southern route is one of the smaller routes for narcotics trafficking. It is growing in relevance as transit through the Balkans is becoming more and more difficult with tightened border control. Slide 3, please. As with all large ocean space and jurisdictional limitations of the high seas, there is an increase in transnational criminality at sea. Once again, I'm not going to go through all of them. I think we heard about them in detail yesterday. But one point to mention, none of them also happen in silos. You also have the kind of hybrid between various maritime challenges in this region, which is really a threat as they negatively impact security and stability and growth in this region. Next slide, please. So a little bit about who we are. The Global Maritime Crime Programme assists member states globally in enhancing and coordinating their efforts to combat maritime crime. In terms of what we do, we traditionally support the entire criminal justice chain through which a potential maritime crime would go through. And this involves technical, material, infrastructural support to law enforcement, to prosecution, to judiciary, as well as detention. Next slide, please. Particularly in the Indian Ocean, we have quite a substantive program that we implement, and this is all done through the Indian Ocean Forum on Maritime Crime platform, and we deliver various initiatives to combat maritime crimes, very much coordinated with like-minded partners such as the Indian Ocean Commission, with IMO, with Interpol, to name a few. So some of these initiatives, I'm not going to go through all of them in detail, but it's basically covers joint capacity building initiatives with the combined maritime forces, long-term training and mentorship programs to maritime law enforcement, as well as prosecution agencies, a slightly more holistic approach by running various simulated trials and maritime rule of law exercises, which kind of brings all agencies together to enhance the interagency cooperation. As mentioned before, the program model focuses on enhancing capacity throughout the entire criminal justice chain, enabling states to provide that full spectrum response to maritime crime. All interventions have a strong emphasis on creating a culture of interagency collaboration, but also regional cooperation. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. And I'll end by saying, I mean, with a population of Africa expected to grow from 1.2 billion to 3 billion in the coming decades, and Asia potentially adding another billion, moving from 4 billion to 5 billion, the Indian Ocean is expected to overtake the Atlantic and the Pacific as the world's most prominent and important space for maritime trade. So we can do more, and we must do more to prevent narco-criminals gaining a foothold in this region. And this undoubtedly cannot be done by a single partner or an approach, and must be done collectively and collaboratively between all international partners as well as national counterparts. So going to where we really need to be, exactly why we're here today talking about information sharing, absolutely critical to have an integrated approach to tackle gaps in both addressing regional information limitations as well as building the operational level law enforcement capability to effectively use targeted information to respond to the maritime threats. Number two, there are clear indications that a deterrent effect on maritime counter-operations would be greatly increased by pursuing a legal finish. Pursuing any form of prosecution is seen to have a disruption effect on the actual business model, as it deters players from operating in jurisdictions where the legal process is seen to lead to conviction. And last but not least, none of these maritime crimes happen in one jurisdiction, so absolutely critical that that kind of regional collaboration and resilience is prioritized in this region. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That is what I called efficiency. Thank you. I hope everybody is happy with your efficiency, but now, because you have been efficient, please, questions, if you have any. Yes, please, sir.
Many thanks for the, am I audible? Yeah, many thanks for the presentations by the two colleagues. Perhaps just to Captain Asuncion to mention that there's a gap between the approach in the EU and the US policy on the Indo-Pacific. And what we would love to see in the approach by the Americans is the element of Africa. Acknowledge Africa in your policies. If you look at the Indo-Pacific paper or your strategy, what is encouraging to us as Africans is that the very first lines of the EU policy, Indo-Pacific policy, mentions Africa. As far as I've read the strategy, the Indo-Pacific strategy of the US, there's no mention of Africa in that. So that's just an observation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and that's a great observation. What I will say is this. I briefed the Indo-Pacific strategy, right? But that is nested underneath the national security strategy, national defense strategy, national military strategy. There's an Africa strategy, there's an India strategy, and there's also a China strategy, right? So there's all these strategies. In all those strategies, Africa, as part of the globe, but also part of the Indian Ocean, plays prominence. That's why we have places like US AFRICOM and CENTCOM and Indo-PACOM all working together. So I take your point. The great thing about the EU, when we have these discussions, is they keep bringing Africa up, and it's in our minds as well. How do we make sure that, Indian Ocean starts at Africa, so we have to include it. So we're going to include that as we have more consultations with the EU going forward. So thank you for that.
Thank you again. Very clear and straight to the point. Another question, please. Yes, Martin, please.
From our side, I'd just like to express our appreciation and thanks that both UNODC and the United States accepted our invitation to join us at our important first meeting. And I'd like to underline that we stand at your disposition when you're doing your activities, capacity building or whatever. We're there to support you. So that's the message I'd like to get across. Thank you.
If I could comment on that, Martin, real quick. Again, the United States, with the UNODC and other organizations, we all kind of want to work together collaboratively. So I challenge all of you in your countries, when you think about an exercise or a training operation with either the U.S. or the United States Coast Guard, or the U.S. Navy, for example, how do we use all these tools together? The example is we did a training exercise in Sri Lanka in 2021, where we invited Ioris to brief so we can use their program, and we utilized UNODC and their training in the legal finish, and we had this great exercise where we went through maritime interdiction to maritime awareness, maritime interdiction to the prosecution to the legal finish, all through the UNODC as well. So this is an example of how all of us are working together for one common solution. So I challenge you, next time you talk to the U.S. embassies in your region or in your countries, figure out a way to get everybody involved, not just the United States. Thanks.
Thank you. There is any other question, please? Now is the moment. Okay, if there will be questions, I'm sure you have our guests also joining us at the lunch. So you also have the opportunity to discuss there. If that is the case, I will conclude here the morning session. The debriefing on the exercise biomex will be the first one to start with after lunch. So everybody please come back in this room, and from here we will separate into syndicates. Basically the syndicates will be syndicate 1 and 3, the ones that will go outside this room. Syndicate 2 will remain in this room, but I will explain again this after lunch. Now there are buses outside for the ones that have to leave at this moment. So we arranged this, so there is a white bus outside. And other than that, what do I have here? Yes, bon appetit. Thank you. See you soon.
Thomas, just checking if everybody can hear me loud and clear, and then we'll start. So thank you to everybody in the conference venue there and to everybody online. It's unfortunate, I would have loved to have joined you there, but due to some matters beyond my control, I unfortunately cannot travel at this time. So to Thomas again, thank you for offering this opportunity for me to co-chair the meeting, and this being the second meeting of the Southern Indian Ocean region. You will note that on the 25th of November of this year, the agenda and the draft copy of the terms of reference was sent around for this meeting. So I think I'm unfortunately not able to share my screen because the screen is not open for sharing from my side. But if you do have a copy of the agenda, we can go through the first part of it. And the agenda basically is just for me to welcome everybody here today and then for a quick round of introductions. So what I'm going to suggest is that possibly just the people online introduce themselves rather than cover everybody in the conference venue there. And then we can proceed to the next part of the agenda. So if I will start with Jim, maybe just a quick introduction to everybody so that they know who they're speaking to.
Yes, thank you very much, Jared. Jim Friday, I'm a Senior Manager at Australian Maritime Safety Authority in Canberra, Australia. I work in the Search and Rescue Centre on a 24/7 basis. So happy to be here and participating with you good people tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And then if we can go to Mohammed.
Good morning. My name is Kamal, responsible of TIC Comoros. Thank you.
Thank you.
All attendees, my name is Omar, MRCC Cape Town Operations Supervisor. And I'm very, very excited to be part of this talk session.
Thank you. And Cyprian, I'm not sure if you're actually in the conference venue there or if you joining remotely.
No, he's actually not in the conference. He's in charge. He's helping with the technical aspects, and we are very grateful to him because he found a solution like within 10 minutes. So thanks to him, but he's not participating. He's having lunch. Maybe we start with the people present now. So we'll start with the lady to my right.
Okay, I'm Luva from MRCC Madagascar.
My name is Guillaume Paroissien, and I'm Senior Watch Officer in La Réunion MRCC.
Hi, I am Hans Radigon, Major. I am the Director of Operations for the Seychelles Coast Guard.
And I'm Maxence Legal, SAR Operator at Réunion MRCC.
And I'm Thomas, the Director of La Réunion MRCC. I just wanted to say a few words about as you said, this, Jared, this working group was created last year on the initiative of Maxence and Guillaume. So they are both SAR operators. They are sitting in the watch room, on the watch floor, in the ops room every day, and they receive distress alerts. So this group is really meant as something operational. This is really meant as a forum where to share experience and best practices, lessons learned between operations-oriented, like-minded people. So thanks very much, because I think this is actually what we're doing with the expertise we have around the table. So without any further ado, Jared, I'll let you proceed with the the next item on the agenda, or maybe review the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. I'm not sure if the agenda is being displayed. That said, I'm unfortunately not able to share my screen. It's been disabled from my side. So if we can then, the next item on the agenda that I have is the action items from the last meeting, with the first one being to organize the second meeting of this working group. It was planned for March of 2022, but I believe it's sufficient to say it's been overtaken by time, and we are sitting in the meeting today. Yes, I think that will be done. And the second action item from the meeting was for a survey to be conducted online amongst the attendees of the last session, which were the operators from the different MRCCs, to discuss the various issues they would like to discuss at their meeting. Again, I think it's been overtaken by time, and between myself and Thomas as the co-chairs, we've basically come up with an agenda for this meeting where we've identified some key aspects that we feel needs to be settled and worked on so that this working group can actually then fully establish themselves and then function independent of possibly the management of RCCs, but rather at the operator level going forward, excuse me, with obviously management assistance and guidance as and when necessary. So I don't know if there's any comments on the action items from within the room there or online.
No, nothing from me, Jared.
Okay, seeing no other requests or comments coming from the room, I think the next agenda item is then agenda item 3, which is actually the draft terms of reference. As I mentioned earlier, I just received a message to share my screen, so I'm going to try.
You're now allowed to share your screen, Jared.
Yeah, let me see if it works. Can you confirm you can see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, like I said, agenda item 3 was the draft terms of reference that was put together for this working group. It's been shared. We've had access to it for about a week. So I'm going to propose, in the interest of time, that we don't go through the terms of reference possibly line by line. However, if there's anybody that wants to make a comment, to please speak up, and we can then adjust the terms of reference as we go along. So I will basically go through it paragraph by paragraph, if that's okay with everybody.
It is.
Okay, so then paragraph 1 or clause 1 would be the objectives, and that is, as per Thomas's opening, is the objectives of this working group that was set up. If there's any comments there. Seeing no requests, I'll move on to the next object, the next part of it. The next clause is clause 2, the method and the content. And that speaks basically to the meetings and what it's about and how the meetings will take place. So they were speaking about meetings being twice a year by video conference, with the intention, where possible and if financially possible, for a actual in-person face-to-face meeting to be held every 2 years, once every 2 years, which would be funded by either the individuals, organizations, or if funding can be sourced or supported by organizations, we would look at that as an option as well. Is there any comments or inputs on that clause? I see none.
Yep, I just
So
have a
we'll
question
move
for
to-
Jared for the floor. So do we all agree that every short 2-hour meeting every 6 months to address issues of operational relevance to all of us is what we're aiming at. Yeah, around the table here, physically present, so everyone seems to agree.
And I don't see any hands from anybody online. Okay, so then we'll move on to clause 3, which speaks to the different participants that are in the Southern Ocean Region MRCC Working Group. Any comments there?
Yeah, Jared, we also have distinguished guests who are participating in the Crimaro meeting, so I'll just read the list again of the MRCCs and just really underline that this is meant as a South Indian Ocean Region MRCC. It doesn't, working group, it doesn't mean that we're excluding other MRCCs, and that's why we'll have a presentation in a while by the Commodore or the Director of National Operations of Sri Lankan Navy. It's just that if it's too many people around the room and not all of them confronted to the same risks, this is something to be too huge and too big to actually produce operational results. So the community that we created is actually not a community that comes out of the blue. It's already a community which is exchanging information and working together on a daily basis. So this is Seychelles MRCC, Comoros MRSC, Tanzania, Mozambique MRCC, Cape Town, Madagascar, Larry Union, and Mauritius. And I think we all know each other by name. We all have each other's phone number, and that's why we already constitute a community. Do we all share that vision? Are the colleagues online still with us?
Yeah, still there.
Good.
Yes, they're still here, and I appreciate the offer of the invite to participate in your committee meetings as well from Australia, so thank you very much.
Thank you. So Thomas, if you don't mind, then I'll carry on. Clause 4 then speaks to the chairperson of these working groups, because it needs to have some bit of a formal structure, and obviously the secretariat, so that all these discussions can be recorded, so that it can be used for future learning and the enrichment of other members that might join at a later stage, and for new colleagues that come into the MRCCs, there'd be something for them to refer to and read about different operations that we've worked on together. If there's any additional comments or inputs there, please do make them. I don't see anything online, so I assume, Thomas, you would have said something if there was anything from the floor.
Yeah, actually, it's a question for the floor. The first meeting really happened because we could count on the energy and belief and determination of both Maxence and Guillaume. We saw that it's been extremely difficult for them to organize a second meeting, to really host the secretariat themselves on their own. That's why we're also very grateful for Crimario for providing this opportunity and the funds as well, so we can host this second meeting. But if we want this meeting this working group to carry on and produce operational results, we need to find some sort of organization, a secretariat that actually works and the workload is evenly shared. So without different options, either we have one and the same secretariat and then everybody is happy to have Larin MRCC host a secretariat, or we can go for like joint secretariat, as we've done this time with Jared. Thanks Jared again. or we can go for maybe a rotating secretariat whereby after each meeting we just decide between ourselves who's to sort of host, but it will be video, host the next meeting, and this is just about sending a couple of emails, agreeing on a date, and just organize the VTC. This latter option is my favorite one. What do you think, my dear colleagues? Well, I don't know about you guys online, but here we seem to all agree that it would be good to have a rotating secretariat.
Yes, Thomas, Jim here from Australia. I totally agree with that comment, and I've made that comment online in the chat group.
Yeah. Thomas, from my side, yes, when we were busy drafting these terms of reference, that's exactly what I felt as well. So, yeah, I'm in agreement as well.
Well, okay, then agreed. So we'll make sure at the end of this meeting that we decide on who's to organize the next one. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And then we move on to the last clause of the draft terms of reference, and that is just deals with the establishment of sub-working groups, and that would really just be informal groups that would be established to look at possible research or special project work that would be needed, and those working groups would then basically report back at whichever meeting it's decided. It could be something of mutual interest between two or more RCCs, and then they wish to explore it and do a presentation during a formal meeting. That is basically, or that is the basic terms of reference. We've kept it very basic so that it doesn't get too complicated. It's an informal yet permanent structure that we wish to establish, but we don't want to over-regulate it. So if there's any comments, if anybody thinks about this after the meeting, you're most welcome to contact both Thomas and myself via email, and we will then do our best to circulate any possible amendments that would need to be made going forward. Thomas, so that if there's no further comments, I think that brings us to the conclusion of our terms of reference, unless from the floor there's any additional considerations. Jim, on your side as well. Kamal, if there's anything from you, please. Alma, and I see Donald as well.
Yeah, Jared, I think the terms of reference need to be simplistic in relation to getting to use face-to-face. I think they work well just to have a rotating chair and host, and any projects or issues that come up then can be dealt with individually through each state. So I think it's
okay. Thomas, with there being no further comments, I'm going to propose that the working group adopts this as our terms of reference, noting that it can obviously be amended and adapted as we move along, as the group goes on. So if everybody's in favor, then I think we should adopt this as our terms of reference for the future meetings of this working group.
Yes, we all agree here in Seychelles.
And I don't see any disagreement online, so I would think that this is then our adopted terms of reference for future working groups of the Southern Indian Ocean region. And with that, I will stop sharing my screen. And
Jared, if I may?
Yes.
No, actually, because we're also, as I've just mentioned, very grateful to Crimario for actually funding this meeting here. And one of the, it's not even an issue, but because this is meant as a forum where we share experience and procedures, and we need like some sort of a place where we actually archive the minutes of the meetings, the presentations, maybe the standard operational procedures that we share. And at the moment, this is done via a Google Drive that was created by Maxence last year. And actually, Ioris offers the possibility to have a cloud-based, with all the guarantees in terms of security. We could just basically open a file, which we call the STAR MRCC working group, under Ioris, where we could just archive all the documents that we use during the meetings. And my question goes to the floor: would everyone agree that we actually transfer the Google Drive to a community entitled Your MRCC's working group in Ioris? Unanimous agreements here in Seychelles. The question goes now to the online participants.
I agree.
Yeah, Jim has agreed. Thomas, although I think it's a good idea that we use a singular platform, from my very own perspective, and I'm talking in terms of Apps Africa, we've not signed up to be users of Ioris at this stage, so we might have a challenge in that aspect for now. It would obviously be based on a little more consideration from our side as a country. It's not my individual decision to make. So I would have to engage with my principals and other role players around whether we would actually be utilizing the Ioris system going forward. So I would have to reserve my comment to say yes or no at this stage. I'm hoping the meeting indulges us on that for now. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, thank you for sharing this position, Jared. Then I think practical arrangement we could have is just okay, anyway, we share the documents by email anyway after the meetings. So the documents can be archived in Ioris but still be made available to non-Ioris users, so that no one's left out.
Agreed.
And we could still have the Google Drive as well.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that.
Oh, okay, good. Well, Jared, are you ready now to share your screen?
We're moving on to the next agenda item, which is the agenda item 4, which is issues of common interest to the region. And the next item would be a presentation made from the Sri Lankan Navy regarding the Express Pearl. So, Thomas, I don't know if you going to introduce the speaker.
Yes, actually, the Commodore is just went out of the room, so we'll need to go and get him. Meanwhile, can you just maybe say a few words about the cases you had in South Africa, or in South Africa Search and Rescue region?
Okay. Yeah, I've just shared my screen now. I've just shared my screen, and I'm hoping everybody can see it. So what I'm putting up as just a brief discussion it's a case overview of a motor vessel, Costco Sao Paulo, that took place. Okay, now my screen seems to have just frozen on me. Let's see what's going on. There we go. I'm just going to... in September of 2020, the incident was reported as a fire/explosion on board. And when I say things you don't want to happen. This was just before midnight South African Standard Time. So it's when there's really nobody awake and nobody's doing much except your RCC operators. And obviously the seafarers out there. Weather conditions at the time was fairly moderate, sea swell of 2 meters or less, and there was a fair breeze blowing at about 15 knots. Name of the vessel, obviously, it was Costco Sao Paulo, container vessel of about 4,000 TEU, approximately 250 meters in length, and a dead weight of 50,000 tons with 24 persons crew on board. So just a brief overview of the actual incident. The Maritime Rescue Center in Cape Town was informed by the vessel's agent that the vessel had reported a fire. We then established contact with the vessel, and the master confirmed that he had a fire on board but really required no assistance. It obviously raised our concerns because the agent had given us a slightly different story, but we took our guidance from the master, in the meantime keeping in the back of our mind that there was potentially something happening. Some while later the agent called back and he said there had now been an explosion on board, and when we contacted the master this time, he had actually then said yes, he does need assistance and he would like to enter our territorial waters to anchor so that he could actually concentrate on fighting the fire and not having to navigate. The challenge with his request to enter our territorial waters and anchor was quite some distance from any commercial port. If memory serves, it was about 50 nautical miles from the closest commercial port, and there was no real vessels within that area that could assist him with his firefighting. Subsequent investigations revealed some of the causes of this fire/explosion. It was believed to have been caused by the accumulation of gas within the container hull, and which this gas then ignited due to friction between the containers. And all this resulted from the initial starting point of a container with its contents having been misdeclared. The contents of the container was actually quick start hookah choco or a hookah pot, whereas the bill of lading actually listed as tablet for water pipe. So there was a misunderstanding of what the cargo was, misinterpretation. Instead of storing this particular container on deck above the hatches, it was stowed quite low down, down within the holds of the container. Some of the challenges we faced, initial challenges were obviously, not obviously, but were language barriers. All the crew on board would speak Chinese speaking, and we subsequently learned that in our first engagement with the master, when he said he did not need assistance, he actually had misunderstood us totally because of the language barrier. We had lost containers overboard. This was also due to explosions where actually the whole deck hatch plate was actually bent and containers were lost overboard. But at the time, a bit of chaos ensued on board the vessel, which resulted in nobody actually taking note of where the containers were lost exactly. So it was quite difficult for us to locate those containers and to issue navigational warnings. Like I mentioned earlier, another challenge was the location where the vessel chose to go and anchor. And the final challenge that we faced, that we had to deal with from a maritime administration perspective, was when we thought we had dealt with this issue and that the fire had been contained and actually extinguished, we were surprised during operations to actually unload the vessel when the fire reignited. And when we put the containers, you can actually see the containers we discharged there onto the quay. They actually set the light again after the sudden injection of fresh air, oxygen into the containers with these smoldering charcoal type tablets. I mean, I think they're about the size of the palm of most, the inside of your palm of your hand. It's not a very big tablet. So that was some of the challenges. But that is the one side of what I chose to do, and how I thought I'd put this presentation together was to look at this in a more hypothetical. There was no real search and rescue issues there, but what if it was? What if the explosion was of such a nature that there was lives at stake and SAR authorities actually had to get involved? What risk would a SAR team face? And how would we go about informing these SAR teams, our response units? Would we have had them prepared to deal with noxious gases? Would we have had them necessarily prepared to deal with corrosive substances as a result of other containers being damaged and possibly leaking their contents? Would our search and rescue units and teams be ready to deal with the extreme heat when getting on board to deal with these fires? And were we ready to potentially rescue a rescuer should they be caught up in onboard explosions? And that is some of the things that I think I would like to have us as a group discuss as to, if we had faced a situation where we had to put rescue teams out there, how would we deal with it? The next issue that I would like to put out there is the damage that potentially could be caused to our search and rescue units. In this particular case, there was the huge explosion that actually caused containers to be basically blown off the deck into the sea. There could have been rescue craft down there. There could have been people down there where the containers landed. How are we prepared? Have we considered the implications of such events, and how would we deal with it? And then the last part of it is the damage to port infrastructure and people. As the SAR authorities, we would have been party to saying the vessel is safe to possibly enter port and stuff. And now, while the vessel is there, the fire reignites, more explosions. People that are now not trained possibly in search and rescue or in firefighting and stuff, like stevedores, crane operators, truck drivers that would be there to take these containers, would also now be potentially at risk. Do we have the right search and rescue procedures? Do we have the right incident management systems, safety management systems in place within our maritime rescue coordination centers to deal with these eventualities? Do we have the right collaborate with each other. Not all of us have all the solutions. Some of our regions are gigantic. Australia for one, South Africa as well. South Africa's search and rescue region is just short of 28 million square kilometers of water. And if I recall the presentations, some of the presentations yesterday, that was the area that or the Cremario project is covering. Well, that is just the size, that's the size of the South African search and rescue area alone. So we've got an area, a huge area, stretching all the way down to the Antarctic, as a matter of fact, and the same applies for Australia. We have common borders. We've got in the southern Indian Ocean region, Mozambique, Madagascar, Comoros, and South Africa, who form part of the Regional Maritime Rescue Coordination Center for Southern Africa. We need to develop plans. We need to bring our partners like Reunion, Mauritius, Kenya, Tanzania, Seychelles, all into the loop to assist us, because like I said, we're all going to be found wanting the day that something as catastrophic as that happens in a borderline area. So, Thomas, I'm not sure if you're back, if you can possibly manage any comments from the floor.
Are there any comments or questions, Mr. Blows, from our colleagues here or distinguished guests? No? Well, I had lots myself, actually. Well, first of all, thank you very much for this presentation, because this is actually what exactly this working group is here for, sharing experience. And to tell you the truth, as director of an MRCC, the prospect of having to handle a container ship on fire is a matter of great concern to me. Because as you've mentioned, there are many different aspects that are very complex to deal with. Search and rescue, possibly very far from shore, with limited assets. So probably the need to reroute another merchant vessel, and we do not want, of course, to put them at risk. Then there's, of course, before that, there's even the distress alert. Do we ask the right questions? Everybody's under stress. The operator is under stress. There's the language barrier, so we need to ask the questions in English. And then there's dealing with the vessel herself. Do we have ETVs? As we all know here, there are some salvage societies, companies in East Africa, and especially in South Africa, where you have the likes of Smith. But this is something we do not have at national level. We do not have in the private sector in the middle of the Indian Ocean. So that's a challenge. So my question really goes to the colleagues here. What we have in terms of standard operational procedures at Larian and MRCC is that we have, when the distress alert we have something like, we press on a button and then we open the procedure for vessels on fire, and we have like basic questions. Okay, how many people on board? Do you wish to evacuate the vessel? Do you have any idea what's burning, where it is burning, what firefighting actions have you undertaken? Is there more firefighting action you can take? This is the first things we have. We have, and then we actually activate our contingency plan. We have we double the watch floor. We have the reinforcements come down, so we have 2 officers, 4 people on the watch floor, and then we know we're dealing with the problem, and then we just open systems which help us like share information with our authorities in Paris, because we know that this is about to be a problem, because if we have too many calls coming in from our authorities, this is going to prevent us from doing our job. So we need to actually have this crisis management in place. So it's a lot to deal with. So we have those things, those procedures that we are willing to share. We also have some databases really to assess the chemical, or what is it called, not smoke, what is it called when the actual smoke is toxic, toxic fumes, you know, toxic fumes. Right? So it's a European, an EU database where you enter the UN number if you have that information of the actual material that's burning, and then it issues like a fact sheet on that material, which can be sent to the units that are going to attempt to get on board the vessel. So my question goes to my colleagues. What kind of standard operational procedures do you have at your MRCCs? Just talking about the distress alerts, what do you use?
Maritime MRCC Maputo, it's work alone, but we needed the means, but in case of emergency, in this case to fire extinguishing, we call to fire extinguishing entity to assist us. We are coordination with the other institution to assist us in case of emergency. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Commodore Buddhika from the Sri Lanka Navy. In fact, this MRCC Colombo is basically located inside the Navy, and we are responsible for the MRCC Colombo. So whenever we get an alert, especially a fire, there are many stakeholders like the Air Force, Sri Lankan Air Force, and Sri Lanka Navy as well. And then we request, during the last two incidents, we requested support from the Indian Coast Guard as well. So they came within 24 hours. So those are the procedures we have, Navy, Air Force, and since India is so close to us, the Indians. So and then we basically conduct combined operations, and we were able to distinguish fire on board two vessels, Daniela and MT Blue Diamond. But the third occasion we failed. The Express Pearl, we couldn't distinguish the fire, and that's it. So we have a very combined mechanism between Navy, Air Force, and with the Indian Coast Guard. Thank you.
Well, thank you, dear colleagues. So my question now goes to you guys online, both Jared and even Kamal and Jim. What do your team, what do your SAW operators use? Do you have like a, I don't know, some sort of a PDF document, like a checklist, or how this is handled? How is this handled when the distress alert is received?
So if I may, sorry, Jim and Kamal. Yeah, so from a South African point of view, the MRCC in Cape Town, we obviously have, we put in place checklists and procedures to deal with these things. We've also drafted our MRCC and our National Search and Rescue Plan to look at elements of these, but I don't think there is a plan that I've seen yet that can cover every single eventuality. We basically work on taking a basic fire on board, a small fire, and then depending on the scale of that fire, we would have to then look at additional resources and look at different organizations as partner to bring into partnership during incidents, much like everybody else has said. Our region obviously makes response a little bit difficult. If a vessel is more than, I'd say, 1,000 miles, it could be up to 2,000 miles away from our coast and still be within our search and rescue region. The response time to get any resources from our home country would be 5 days, possibly by sea, if not longer. And that is where we've got these other agreements in place with the likes of Australia, La Reunion. We've got bilateral agreements for mutual cooperation if you have assets that could help. And those are some of the things we would use. And then the last part or not the last part, but another huge part is our mass rescue operation framework that we have in place. It is something that brings other government entities, other private organizations within the country on board if we decide something beyond the normal constraints or the normal operating capability of an RCC. And we're really confining this discussion to container ships of sorts, but I think possibly something we should be looking at for future meetings, which is something we all have in common in the Southern Indian Ocean region, is how do we deal with passenger vessels, some of them carrying over 5,000 people, which would be a whole lot more people at risk, and then also the impact of any type of, whether it's a commercial bulk carrier, container ship, oil tanker, or even a passenger vessel, on the environment should something happen. But those, I think, is discussions for further, so I'll keep quiet for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jared. Jim, do you have any inputs?
Yes. So obviously our search and rescue area covers 10% of the world's surface, 52 million square kilometres. We have 14 MOUs with our search and rescue neighbours and look to utilising assets from around those neighbours to actually affect search and rescue missions as well. We have 4 jets that can travel 3,500 miles. So we have information gathering that we can do from the air, but this on the surface will be the issue for us. So we do depend a lot on our defence may be in place, but obviously under the Solos Convention, we do call upon captains of ships to assist us when we can, if they're the only assets available. And that has been done on numerous occasions with great success, and a couple of times with very sad endings as well. But saving lives, Australia and rescue authority and we like to work with their partners our recent experience of a wonderful example of
this is extremely frustrating because we're very much interested in what you have to say, for Jim, but he actually couldn't understand because the connection is apparently very, it's been slowed down, I don't know. Did the colleagues online actually get to, did you get to understand could you understand what Jim was saying?
Thomas, it was very broken from our side as well. I think there was a connectivity challenge somewhere.
One last thing, actually. I'm sorry if I'm insisting too much, but what would be very helpful, I think, to us all is if some of us would be willing to share their procedures, the procedures that are applied in our MRCCs in case we receive an alert about a vessel, like reporting a fire on board. We, Lararian MRCC, are definitely willing to share what we have, and we're definitely happy to have your feedback. If there are things that are missing, or we'd be happy to complete those procedures and to add what maybe like a couple of questions of relevance. So my question goes to the floor. Are you interested, and would you have similar procedures that we'd be willing to share? Maybe, I don't know, Jared or Jim?
So yeah, from MRCC Cape Town side, we're quite prepared to share, and I'm sure that it can become another agenda item for the next meeting where the teams could actually discuss, after having read these various SOPs, if there's something like a common practice of sorts that could be developed. I'm not saying that has to happen, but it's just a suggestion, so that we based on all our different procedures, we come up with something of a common standard moving forward.
Yes, Jared, this is Guillaume from Lorraine University. We will provide you on the clouds all, and this is valuable for all the MRCCs. We will provide all our SOPs in French and English on the clouds. So, and you will see that for example, for the fire on board with the container ship, we have several ways to enter in this operation. It depends on the cargo, it depends on the situation, the location, development. Thank you.
Thomas, yes, from MRCC Cape Town, we will try and share as much as we can, and I've got online two of my colleagues, Mr. Amos Kitta and Mr. Donald Rachibubum. I will request them that they endeavor to share that as well, so that it can become something that everybody can look at for future.
Thank you very much. Jim, I'm still on the line. Okay, then. So maybe this is a suggestion or something I submit to your agreement. I think, Jared, you were suggesting maybe decision one of this meeting would be to, share our procedures and review them at the next meeting.
Thomas, not necessarily review the procedures, but look if it's possible for a common procedure for the MRCCs that are sitting around the table today, so that if we need to assist each other at any given stage, we'd understand exactly where in the process we are and what would have unfolded before, so that collaboration and cooperation is actually a lot smoother than you applying your processes and practices, and I then come along and apply mine, and we maybe don't, what's the word, gel sufficiently, and creates more complications. So if we could take out, and you don't obviously need to change your domestic procedures, but when we speak to us collaborating and cooperating on a joint incident, that we have somewhat of a common procedure in place for dealing with it, even if it's just a basic guideline to start with.
Okay, agreed. Between Reunion and Cape Town, of course, no problem. We'll share a procedure and see what you have, and of course see how we can work jointly on something that could be of operational relevance and great help in case we would have a situation to deal with jointly. Actually, I had another maybe, but for the Crimario team maybe, because we at national level, of course, organize exercises to train in dealing. So we do tabletops, so we have like our routines in place in our MRCCs. We do full scale, and you know that it takes tremendous resources to organize a full exercise at sea. So the amount of resources it takes to organize an international or regional exercise it can be formidable, you know. So that's where the CRIMEX, SAREX are of real relevance. So yeah, would you or would Olivier or anyone be interested in maybe organizing in a few months or in a few years, I don't know, a CRIMEX based on something that will of course review internally and take into account for the future?
Thomas, I see Jim is back online, so.
Can you hear me now, Jared?
Loud and clear.
So apologies for that. Some issues with the Wi-Fi in our centre.
Sorry, Jim. We were all very much interested in what you were saying earlier, but couldn't make a single word. We couldn't understand a single word you were saying. Would you have the patience to say again what you were attempting to tell us?
Yes, Thomas, I will try. It'll be close to it. We'll see how we go. So for Australia's purposes, we have 14 MOUs with our SAR partners around our borders. We lean on our MOUs and our SAR friendships very much in relation to jobs that are either on our border or over the borders area, so we can actually utilise shared assets and responses together, which is a very valuable thing. We have 52 million square kilometres, which is 10% of the world's surface, all the way down to Antarctica, as I said before. So it's the largest area in the world. We do utilise our Navy Defence Forces and our Border Force as well to assist us, and obviously we also look at, and have done on numerous occasions, to look at through Ioris to find a suitable solace vessel that may be able to be diverted to assist and rescue as well. So that has come to fruition many times, but also due to their size and speed, also too late at numerous times as well, especially with people overboard. But we do look forward to renewed energy and working together. Can I just say, from our Iora experience in August and September with the 16 SAR nations, that it was a very valuable meeting both in Seychelles and Bangladesh in relation to doing SAR exercises together, working out our strengths, weaknesses and opportunities, and also working about our assets and where we can go forward in relation to drift modelling and our SAR tools. We have provided a SAR tool that we're actually doing some training on for numerous SAR states in the next few days. I think it's early next week, Australian time. It's a calculator that can be utilised to give all of the MCCs a very valuable tool in assessing a drift model very quickly and at a very good price, because we're giving it away for nothing. So that's ongoing too. So I appreciate everyone's input into that as well.
Yes, Jim, this is Guillaume from La Réunion University. So I'll be part of the presentation of the version 2 of SAR Calculator. I've already asked to participate. And other important point regarding SAR Calculator, I am using it to introduce search pattern in Ioris. And it works perfectly. I'm struggling with the GPX extension file, but I'm sure I will handle it later. But yes, it's a very good tool. Very, very good tool.
So anything we can assist with is what we have, we're happy to share as well. So that's the beauty of being involved with a group like this. Whether it's on the Indian Ocean side or the Pacific side, we have PACSAR as well next February and March, and we offer the same availability of resources. So it can only be a good thing, making sure that SAR is paramount, saving lives at sea. So that's why we're here for in the long run.
Yes, but I saw also there is a lead version and a shareware version, that's correct?
Say again?
Yeah, there is a shareware version and a light version, a lead version which is free, that's correct?
I believe so, yes. But are you part of the training that's commencing next week?
Yep.
Yep. So Steve Cross, our Senior Search and Rescue Officer, he's the very clever man who is all things computers and coding. So he will be able to explain the full capability of that software for you. So I look forward to him going through that for, I think, 2 to 3 hours, 4 hours tops, but he's hoping to do it within 3 hours, just to identify how it can be used in its simplest form.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, because this is actually a prime example of what we're here to do, is just basically get what we miss maybe from our colleagues, because they may sometimes have developed the actual relevant tools to address the issues we all have to deal with at national level. So thank you very much. Jared, if that's okay with you, we can maybe proceed to the second presentation on lessons learned from major fires on board container ships. And unfortunately, our colleagues from Sri Lanka last year had to deal with a string of such fires, and especially the Express Pearl. Mr. Commodore, thank you very much for being here, because this actually, we were reviewing the terms of reference earlier, and basically this is like the community of this South Indian Ocean MRCCs, but whenever there's expertise and interesting experience in other countries of the Indian Ocean, of course, we can have guests. So thank you very much, Commodore.
So good afternoon once again. During the last 5 years, we experienced 3 major fires on board ships. One was a container ship, MSC Daniela, which caught fire 120 miles off Colombo. That is the capital of Sri Lanka. So we were able to, after 10 days struggle, we were able to extinguish the fire. The Sri Lanka Navy, Indian Coast Guard, Sri Lanka Air Force, and the Port Authority, the tugs, were able to arrest the fire. And in the second incident, the vessel was carrying 273 liters of crude oil, which caught fire luckily close to Sri Lanka, south of Sri Lanka. And there also we managed to arrest the fire with the effort of the Navy, Coast Guard, Indian Coast Guard, and the experts came from Singapore. But during the third one we failed. That was last May of Colombo. It was a very new ship which was launched in 2020, Singapore flagship, Express Pearl, you must be knowing that. So initially the ship detected fire in Qatar. The name of the port is Port Hamad, and the captain and the crew, they have requested the port authorities to unload this container which was carrying 25 tons of nitric acid. So initially a fire came from that container, and they refused to unload this hazardous cargo. And then ship came to India, one port in Gujarat, Hazara port in Gujarat. They have requested the port authorities to unload this container which was having nitric acid. And the reply from the both ports was that they don't have the required knowledge and the expertise and the manpower and the equipment to unload this container. And finally ship came to Sri Lanka, and just before it was about to enter the territorial waters, we came to know that one container has a mild fire. Basically it was not a fire, it was a smoke emitting from this container. So basically the Navy reacted and we inspected the ship. We boarded in fact the ship, but it was a very mild fire. So we also had certain discussions whether to take the ship inside because it was carrying nitric acid, highly inflammable one. You know what happened in Beirut also. There was a huge explosion, the chemical also nitric acid. So we were discussing whether to take the vessel into the harbor and unload the container. So it's a risk because you risk the other ships as well as the infrastructure port facilities. So during this time, all of a sudden the weather, there's a depression in that area. So it was raining throughout, and the wind also caught up. It was about 40 to 60, and then this fire spread. Because what I learned is when the nitric acid mixed with water, it enhanced or increased the fire. So ultimately we called the MRCC Singapore also. They sent us 2 tugs, and Netherlands fire experts also came, but we couldn't stop the fire. Ultimately ship sank off Colombo. So the shipwreck is still there. Now these days we are removing the shipwreck. Luckily there was no oil spill, but the entire coast was damaged because some of the containers were carrying some plastic pellets, so they were washed ashore. A lot of marine ecosystem was damaged around Sri Lanka because of this one. So right now we are removing the wreck. The problem is now, initially it was reported in Qatar and then came to India, and at the end we paid the price. So it's all our responsibility to share this information. Initially they could have easily unload the container in Qatar or in India, or else the captain of the ship could have, if it is in a corner of the ship, could have dropped that container to the water. And none of these things happened. And we didn't even have the sufficient dry chemical powder to address the fire. So these are the lapses we have observed, because a general fire in a ship, of course, you can extinguish. You can do the boundary cooling, and there are a lot of techniques. But a chemical fire, you need the expert knowledge or expertise knowledge. That is why the Crimario or the Ioris, in fact, especially the Ioris is very, very important. You can share the knowledge and you can get the experts' ideas, and we can cooperate each other, because it was difficult. The Navy was doing that, the Air Force was helping, the Port Authority was helping, the tugs came from Singapore, and the Netherlands experts also were there, and the Indians sent their Coast Guard ships, their helicopters. It was a very combined operation, but we failed. So there's a huge gap between communication especially and the information sharing. So I think that is why we should combine together, cooperate together and address these issues. It was a very sad story, because it was a very new ship. These ships, when they get the Lloyd registry, they have to pass all these tests. So the ship was equipped with sufficient firefighting equipments and facilities, but the cooperation we didn't have. So it's a minor smoke initially, which became a huge fire at the end, to sink a huge ship which was carrying 1,486 containers. So you can ask any questions from me, and I'm ready to answer. Thank you.
Any comments or questions from the colleagues online?
Jimmy, nothing from me, but I'm well aware of the actual job and the difficulties faced over that issue. So thank you for that briefing.
Well, actually,
I have one question. We met a similar situation, but it doesn't ending in the same way. It was a container ship on fire in the north of Indonesia, but in the Malaysia search and rescue region. And I was on the watch during, so I took the alert, but I received the alert by HFDSC. So it was writing on the DSC alert, fire on board, and we tried to find the vessel, and the vessel was something like almost 2,000 kilometers from Region A. So very, very far away, because it was in the north. And my question is, because I was in trouble to find somebody just to respond to the alert in the area. I know that you are not the closest at this point, but do you have contacts in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in this area? Do you have emergency contacts?
Yeah, we have very good contact with the MRCC Singapore, and then there's one MRCC in Port Blair, the Indian one. So there was a recent incident in Sri Lanka also. We came to know about a distressed illegal migrant boat, which was in between Vietnam and Philippines. So it was, like you said, close to 2,000 nautical miles away from Colombo. So it was exactly 1 month before 7th of November. It was a holiday in Sri Lanka. But we sent the e-broadcast, the system we received from Australia, and we alerted all the MRCCs in the region. And within 5 hours, one Japanese car carrier rescued all these illegal migrants, because that boat was about to sink. There were 5 holes in the boat, but the Japanese ship managed to rescue all 300 migrants, illegal migrants. So our system is very good, especially with India and Singapore. So system is working well, and we have dedicated 24-hour team led by 2 officers who is, in fact, the staff officer maritime surveillance who is handling the Ioris also primario. So we have a very good MRCC, and we contact and we coordinate with all regional MRCCs.
So okay. Eventually create an area with all those MRCCs, and like that we will have real-time contact with them.
In fact, we phoned Singapore MRCC also, and they were very responsive, and that is how they have informed one of their ship to rescue these people. So whenever incident happen, we inform all the regional MRCCs as well as our high commissions and embassies in the region. So they were also alerted, and they also contacted the Coast Guards and the Navies.
Well, thank you, Commodore. It's been a very humbling experience to listen to you, because we see that this is one of those operations that we will talk about to your grandchildren, because it must have been quite something. My question, and it goes also to Jared, is what part did the ship owner play in the emergency response? Were you actually dealing with ship owners who did everything, did their utmost with the financial resources that they had to take any measure that could be taken to salvage the vessel?
Yeah, it is a very interesting one. So there are a lot of confrontations right now with the agent and with the insurance company, because we want to take the shipwreck away. So we have estimated the damage. Our Maritime Environmental Protection Authority, we call NEPA, and then the insurance company several times came to Sri Lanka, and then they were negotiating. But the issue is now exactly 1 year past, so the shipwreck is still there. Luckily, the oil is still inside. Now, at the end, we are still, he's also an expert here. He's handling the diving operations. Now, right now, they brought 3 salvage ships, and these days they are removing the shipwreck. So they break the ship into 2, cut into 2, carefully leaving the oil in one compartment, and now they will float it and take it to some. Yeah. So we don't basically deal with the ship agent right now, but with the insurance company, we are handling the matter.
Yes, so Thomas, in the particular case that I spoke about earlier, both the P&I clubs and the owners were very cooperative. We fortunately didn't have any oil spills or environmental pollution except for the 2 containers that went overboard. So they really played their role. And as far as the infrastructure that was, let's say, slightly damaged within the ports and stuff, the insurance companies did come to the fore there. That being said, we've had numerous other instances where we did not have such cooperation, where the country, our government, had to actually foot the bill for incidents in the past, to clean up pollution, and wreck removal, etc., because of either the vessels not having the necessary insurance, or the insurance companies not being prepared to take responsibility for what actions had to be taken in an emergency, making claims along the lines of they were not consulted up front. But as you know, in an emergency situation, we sometimes need to do things before we get the necessary authorities, and then we obviously don't have much of a foot to stand on when we do go and claim. You would expect that a company or insurance operator, that when they realize that the actions were taken in the best interest of not just their vessel but also potential environmental factors and everything else, they would step up and honor these things, but it's not always the case. So yeah, that's where we're at with this currently. With this particular Costco incident, we had no issues with owners or insurers or operators of the vessel.
Thank you very much, Jared. I've just been told we have half an hour left. So if everyone agrees, we can maybe move on to the next topic on the agenda, which has somewhat already been introduced by Guillaume and the Commodore, which is maybe reviewing the different instances where we have to talk between MRCCs about cases, individual cases. It can be, of course, the major cases, such as the instances where we have to really get support from other MRCCs, and then there are just like the routine instances where we just need to transfer SAR mission coordination between MRCCs, because the MRCC who gets the alert is not always the one who is responsible for the area where the vessel is located. Should we do that?
From my side, Thomas, I'm ready to, we can proceed if everybody's happy to. And I think what the next topic is actually very, very important. When I was listening to the presentation by the Commodore and the discussions that ensued, one thing is very evident. We need to have common platforms of sharing information, develop common understanding. So it would be very interesting to hear from my side, if other than the Ioris system that we are all interested in and looking at and possibly utilizing, if there's any other systems, and I know Australia's made comment around some of their systems that we could look at as well as possible tools. So yeah, I'm going to leave it over to the floor to basically discuss these things around specifically IT systems, databases, and like it sits on the agenda, other GMDSS systems of mutual cooperation. If Reunion, for example, has Iridium and Inmarsat, and South Africa only has Inmarsat, is there possible mutual benefit in us sharing or being able to broadcast using our neighbors' type of system? So yeah, I think if we open it to the floor, we can take it from there.
Yes, Jared, well, we are totally agree with you. We need this platform, we need this information sharing in real time. Really need it. And actually, we often ask you some details regarding specific merchant vessels. So, yes.
Okay, then I then give the floor to Maxence, who's sitting next to me, and he's an assistant watchkeeper. So basically, he's the one who receives the alerts, opens the procedure, and starts keying in what the vessel or the person in distress says. So he really knows his job, and he knows what he is seeking to do and what he needs to share with the other MRCCs. So he's going to review different instances where he's transferring SMC or requesting support from neighbor MRCCs.
Okay, hello again, and I wanted to thank you all online and here around the table to be there for this second meeting. So we're going to talk about just 3 different cases we often have or often had. Where the cooperation is really important and the fact, the sharing information too. So this is for an oil spill detection that was detected on November 2021, so more than 1 year ago. This is from the EMSA satellite, so European one, and detected green pollution. So green for us is nothing really relevant. It can be small pollution or even anything else, but nothing really bad. So it was just between 3 EEZ, so it was at the limit of the Seychelles and Madagascar search and rescue region, close to a French EEZ, and it was drifting towards Comoros EEZ. So the thing that is important here is to share the information and provide this information to all the other members to take actions to limit the damages, the environmental damages for that. So if you can skip to the next one, please. Yeah. So the second one I wanted to address is the COSPAS-SASAT alerts. It occurs often in Réunion Island because we are also in charge of Comoros and Madagascar beacons. So this one is from September 2022. So the importance of sharing information in this case for any COSPAS-SASAT alert. So we received it at Réunion. It was easy to transfer to GSSA Madagascar, so we often do that with them. SAT communications were done by Réunion because we could do it, and we reported to JRCC Madagascar, who was coordinating the operation. In the end, hopefully, it was just an improper handling done by one of the crew members. Next, please. And the last one, it's a more important matter. Could happen again, unfortunately. That's about medical assistance, probably the most important among the one I've presented. So it was a complicated case in 2021. So globally, the world was in the second lockdown. So COVID restrictions everywhere, bad weather conditions, poor communication quality with this vessel. So the importance of sharing information in future cases like this one out of any pandemic, of course. It's to find a faster solution to disembark or reroute vessels properly according to doctors' analyze. Also for the coordination transfer. And very important, and we have talked about it with Australia during the first working group conference, is to remind maritime agents and PNIs that they don't decide, are not in charge, and can force any decisions. So if we share the information properly, we can also show all those people from maritime agents and PNIs that we are strong together between MRCCs and GRCCs too. So they will probably let us do our job in peace. So yeah, so remind them that we decide with the doctor the part of destination if the sick crew member has to be disembarked, regardless any medical decision. And that's all for me. If you have any questions online or around the table, feel free.
Yeah, just to provide more information on how we deal, those are instances where we transfer information to our colleagues, and at the moment this is done by phone call, email, SITREP, or WhatsApp, depending on the situation. And this is all working well, except that because we're not using the same system or platform, I mean geographical information system. We do not share like a view of like a marine chart with the position and the IS flows, so that yeah, actually we do not share the same awareness. So maybe this is something that could be done in the future via Ioris, and that's maybe not something for us to decide all, but individually. For example, as a Coast-Pass South-South point of contact for the Comoros registry or the Madagascar registry, basically we're at your service. So if you prefer, or it makes more operational sense for you to get the information on Ioris, say we just press the, we just enter the position, so you can also have the AIS alert or even our SITREP. This is something we could also maybe do for you in the future, of course on request.
I wanted to add something to the presentation I just made. So for any coordination transfer for any SAR operation, what we usually do and what could be done with, for example, Ioris, we just gather all the informations, we put the position on a map, we try to get all the contacts. So something that can be done on Ioris, we still could do the same job. And when we transfer the coordination any center to any center, we'll take the example of Madagascar, you could have all the information of contact, all the position, and what decision has been made previously to the coordination transfer and every actions. So that's just what I wanted to add. Thank you.
And I wanted to add just one more information. We will all bring the same information, but with the same system. This is important because we don't have to learn how do the web neighbor works. We work with the same tool, so it's easy to understand.
Yeah, maybe there are other MRCCs around the table who want to add something, either as like the sort of destinies of the information, or other MRCCs who also act as SAR national point of contact or Coast-Pass SAR points of contact. Maybe a question for JRCC Madagascar. I see you're connected. Hello, JRCC. Can you hear us? All right then. Jared, I have a question for you, because I think you also do receive the Coast-Pass SAR alerts for EPIRBs registered in Comoros, no, maybe not Comoros, but at least Madagascar. How do you transfer those alerts at the moment?
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. So, like similarly to La Reunion, MRCC Cape Town is the Coast-Pass SAR point of contact for 14 other countries within the Southern Africa region. And a lot of that information is currently passed on, as most of them are aviation based, it's passed on via an AFTN network. Message that goes through to the maritime contacts, we utilize basically any means, whether it's email, fax machine, WhatsApp message, however we can get the message through, that's how we would try and get it through. Which obviously we've had to adapt from the standard email message because of challenges we've encountered in the past. So we now basically resort to any form that works. And having a common operating platform to do this from would help tremendously. It would also slightly reduce some of the work, because I wouldn't have to wait 10 minutes for an email to possibly deliver and then follow up with a phone call just to ensure that somebody's actually gotten it, because I'll be able to see on a system whether somebody's actually acknowledged my message or not immediately. So yeah, there is a lot of benefit in us developing a common operating platform similar to Ioris, or even
Speaking to Jared, we all share this same need for a common platform. Is Comoros still connected? Kamal? Unfortunately, Kamal has left us, but a case in point is, of course, the COSPA-SASA alert we have, and our friends from Comoros also request our support from time to time for dealing with overdue sailing vessels. Because the area to cover is so huge, we need to warn the merchant vessels operating in the area that a vessel is potentially disabled and adrift. And it does happen, and sometimes we do find the vessel like a couple of weeks later, sometimes 3 weeks, a month, and they usually drift towards Mozambique and Tanzania. So we call the enhanced group call via NMARSAT, which is something which is beyond the budget that they have, some resources they do not have in Comoros. So, but we get actually to draw a circle, and this is within this circle that the merchant vessels are warned, but we need to make a screenshot if we want them to actually see the area to recover. But if we maybe use Ioris to transfer such, or to actually receive those requests from them, they could actually even draw themselves, because they know their area better than we do. I'm not an expert in fisheries, the Comoros fisheries, so this would be a way of empowering them, because we would just, basically our support would just be to broadcast in the exact area that they have chosen. So this is something we'll probably discuss with them in the next few weeks.
We could also include the drift kits for
Jared, something untoward's happened to your... We actually see that you're attempting to say something, but we can't hear you. Okay. At this point, I don't know, Judge, we can't hear you anymore. Your colleagues, does anyone of you have maybe any other business or issue or suggestions to make? Mr. Diego, because we're just talking now about the support we get from merchant vessels to assist in search and rescue, and the Commodore had a question, and this is of direct relevance to your presentation earlier today. Can merchant vessels use Ioris?
Jim, it seems like we've lost everybody except those of us that were online. So we've lost connection to the Seychelles. But I see Cyprian is still on, so I'm not sure what happened in the conference center.
Okay, Jared, no problem. Getting late here. It's been a 14-hour day, so if that's the case, I might head off to bed. I've got to be back at work in 6 hours.
Yeah, no. I think it's safe to say the meeting
We're hearing you actually.
was going to conclude now anyway. Sorry?
Can you hear us? We actually can hear you.
Can you hear us? Okay, we couldn't. We can now hear you.
Okay. Do you think it is time to just review the decisions we're making and just maybe talk about the next meeting? Or are there any other items or issues you want to raise?
Thomas, from my side, I think we've suitably covered the agenda that we had planned for today. I don't have anything from my side. I don't know if there's anything in the room there, or if Jim possibly wants to say something before he signs off to go and get some sleep.
Yes, I just appreciate the opportunity to be involved. Can you hear me? No, you can't. Hang on.
We can.
Yes, we can.
Oh, you can. Okay. Sorry. My connection's playing up, so I've had to go to the mobile phone now. Appreciate the opportunity to be involved. I do like the case studies. For the next one, I'm happy to present a case study from Australia, if that helps. We've had a few large vessel incidents of late where catastrophe almost struck a couple of times into a national park area with about 40,000 tonnes of heavy fuel oil. So I can actually share those insights with you and lessons learned, and I think doing that, going around rotating the role is a great thing, and it can only strengthen the actual Ioris exercise and what we do. So I thank you all for allowing me to participate.
Well, thank you, Jim. We definitely will be happy to hear about your experience. So yeah, this is definitely something we'll be happy to add to the agenda of the next meeting.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Jared.
And I will say good night. I've got to get up in about 5.5 hours for another 12-hour shift. So I bid you farewell and thanks for listening tonight and participating.
Hold on, Jim. One thing. Would anyone of us be willing to organize the next meeting? Anyone willing to organize the next meeting? Just a 2-hour video conference. We can do it ourselves again. It's no problem. I mean, Jared, if you're happy to co-chair and co-host the next one online, we can do the same again. What do you think?
Thomas, I didn't quite catch your last. Sorry, it was a little bit broken.
No, I was just asking the floor, our colleagues, who would be willing to be, which one of us would be willing to organize the next meeting? And no one really raised their hand, so I was suggesting maybe we could organize it the way we did this one. Just basically a joint venture between Cape Town and MRCC.
Yeah, from my side, I'm sure we could get the operators from both La Reunion and MRCC Cape Town to put the next one together. But I would like to say I would really encourage the other MRCCs in the region to take the opportunity. It's not a big job to do. but it does afford you the opportunity to get all your team members involved and to grow their exposure, to get them more exposure within this type of environment. So please don't be shy to step up, fellow colleagues of the region.
Okay, thank you. So we'll do that. Should we aim at early June for the next meeting? And as you said, because we won't be attending a conference at the same time, maybe it's easier to have our operators, our SAR operators also join in. What do you think? Is early June? Does it seem like a good time to organize the next one? Everyone agrees here? What about online?
Yeah, Jim, here, I'm happy with that.
Happy my side as well.
Okay, well, Jared, if you agree, I think we'll thank again, Jim. Thank you very much for staying up late. Thanks very much for your inputs, and we'll start working here. We're here with the team, so we'll be happy to maybe draft the minutes of this meeting and just send them for your review, if you're okay, Jared.
I'm happy with that, thank you.
Yes, I'm looking forward to the minutes and looking forward to the next meeting, and I'll touch base with Jared in between and work on what I can contribute from Australia's point of view.
Okay, well, thank you everyone, and congratulations for the feat of holding this second meeting. Thanks to Primario for funding the physical attendance. Thank you very much also to the presentations. Jared, thank you very much. I mean, one of the things that we struggle with in Larian is that we're all military, so we are on 2 to 3 year, 4 year assignments, and no matter how experienced we are, it always takes a while to build experience, and yours and your experience and the kind of experience that the Commodore has shared is unbelievably valuable to all of us, and this is not something that we will not be able here at Larian to bring to everyone to the floor. So thanks very much for your inputs and sharing that experience.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And if I can just say something in closing, we've decided to host the next meeting in June of next year. I would encourage us as a region to not wait until June next year to communicate. I think we should be communicating more regularly, sharing experiences, even if it's just small little experiences, and be ready to assist each other whenever possible. We've got a very huge area of responsibility in terms of the Western Indian Ocean region. We've got a very environmentally sensitive area and also a very economically sensitive area in terms of shipping routes, like was discussed yesterday during the presentations. I think our cooperation will and collaboration on dealing with incidents will go a long way in making sure that not just the vessels that ply the trade along our regions are safe, but our countries prosper from not having to deal with disasters that could result from shipping. So from my side, I'm looking forward to speaking to everybody again, and hopefully one day in the not too distant future actually being able to meet with you face to face. So thank you from my side, Thomas.
Thank you so much, Jared. Thank you everyone, your colleagues. Jared, just aside, I've been negotiating my budget for 2023. I haven't got the answer or the decision yet, but visiting MRCC Cape Town is definitely top of the one of the top priorities. Thank you very much.
That's glad to hear, and like we've spoken before, I'm also trying to get some finances pushed aside for some travels within the region to get, not myself necessarily, but to get members of my team out there to go and experience the MRCCs around the region.
Okay, well, then you all take care. Thank you very much for attending the meeting. Thank you very much for your inputs, and see you next time. And hopefully we meet again in person, maybe not all together, but individually in the near future. Madagascar is not that far, Mozambique neither. Visit to MRCC Colombo is already planned and budgeted. So we're actually no strangers, and we've met before and we'll meet again. So thanks very much, everyone. Bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
not enough time. At least this is what we experienced in Syndicate 1. But it is good that the discussion started already, and I am sure they will continue through other means. But we are getting towards a common understanding on the respective topics. So without further ado, I would invite the Director of Primario to give first feedback on Syndicate 1. Please, Martin.
Thanks, Alex. As anticipated, the discussions were really vibrant inside this group because we're dealing with the future governance structure of Ioris. And if you recall, this morning we put 4 options on the table. 1A was a consortium plus the EU. 1B was a consortium without the EU. Option 2 was regional organizations leading. And option 3 was any combination of the above with industry supporting financially. The discussion started off with, I think, the ideal being potentially if regional organizations had to lead it. But if this line had to be adopted, obviously you'd need a regional organization from each region. So you'd need Western Indian Ocean, South Asia, Asia Pacific, Latin America. And until we got to this stage today where we held the first Ioris conference, we had to visit all the Indian Ocean countries. And that took 2.5 years until we are where we are today. So I explained that there is a challenge of time because the European Commission would like to have a proposal for a steering committee meeting up and running as soon as possible. So then Alex explained that, you know, in the EU, the way it's done is that each agency sits at the table, not country, agency. So in the case of Indonesia, for example, there are 5 agencies. There will be 5 seats at the table. In the case of Kenya, if there's the Coast Guard and the Navy and the Maritime Authority, which use the system, there will be 3 agencies, 3 persons who sit at the table. But we also agreed that the regional organizations should not be kept in the dark. So what could happen is that we could have a fast-track approach with the agencies sitting at the table. The regional organizations will be observers, so they will have an insight into what's happening. And in the longer term, then the regional organizations can slip in and take over from agencies at a later date. But this will give the project enough momentum to get off the road and moving forward, because we're at this moment in time racing against time, right? Primario has to have this steering committee up and running in March, and then we have 2 years to decide where Ioris is going. There was a preference for option 1A, that means for the EU to be involved in this and to stay involved in this. Then the discussion came to the chairman. We discussed various options, whether it should be voted in, whether there should be rotation of chairs. What we realized is that whatever it is, it has to be a fair approach. It can't be, for example, the East African countries always voting for the East African representatives, because people in Latin America will never have a chance to chair, or the Asia Pacific, right? So what we decided was that the regional organizations would take it in turn to appoint a chair for a year, and the regional organization would change. So it could start off with the Indian Ocean Commission, then Djibouti Code of Conduct, then BIMSTEC, then ASEAN, then the Latin American organization. So there is this rotation between the different regional organizations, and the regional organization would then decide amongst itself
who will chair the steering committee. So this is it, basically in a nutshell, and I think what I proposed was what I mentioned now is basically what there was an understanding that this was the best way forward, and so this is what we will recommend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin. Normally, I should have been me to provide this feedback, but being such a sensitive topic, I prefer to put the burden on Martin. And he kindly accepted, so thank you, Martin, for that too. Now, please, the syndicate 1B, Dave.
Thank you, Alex. The focus on this syndicate was to discuss and elaborate a little bit more on the future of Ioris developments, but we digressed a little, but it was a positive digression, so I don't mind including that in this. Of course, what we're looking for is to enhance the user experience, ensuring the functionalities of the platform meet the requirements. One of the strong points put forward by the syndicate was the attendance of the right people at the subcommittees under the steering committee. And I've got a brief breakdown of the suggestions, initial suggestions so far, because we're talking about operational, technical, and legal was quite an important one. What we need to look at, obviously, when we're designing future evolutions of the system is the cooperation with other platforms during the design process. So in that light, what we need to be doing is looking at potentially inviting participation at these subcommittees from C-Vision, the MAS platform, the Ioris platform, well, that's Gulf of Guinea. There's obviously potential collaboration there in the future. Skylight, Mercury platform, and other platforms that may be common in the region that we don't want to go and duplicate. If we can coordinate and complement, it's much better. And the focus being on platforms where there's no cost to end user, of course, not commercially off-the-shelf available platforms. Also IFC centers, Ioris partners, Global Fishing Watch, and some commercial providers. So that was straight away we digressed and started talking about that. Came to the legal issues, of course, and importance of the right people attending the subcommittees, but also linking into other regional organizations such as IOC and DCOC, who should be part of that legal discussion. Because we're proposing the tool, but it's dependent a lot on the independent frameworks of the organizations in the region on how they utilize the tool. And so the legal issues need to be aligned. Moving on then, we did get to some technical discussions. Review and refining the system, the way that the workflows happen at the moment may be simple little things like you may need to get 3 clicks to where you want to go, which I'll try and reduce that to 2 clicks or 1 click. This is a sort of discussions we would have at the technical level. Some additional tools to show where a lat long is at the moment. For example, one of the nice tools that we have is the ability to interdict. But there's suggestions, maybe you just want to see where a vessel is. So a quick pop-up tool, put in the lat long, bang, that's where the vessel is. You're not creating a marker, nobody else has to see it, you delete that. These little things are going to be of value. I'm not a navigator, so forgive me, Olivier. Removing trampling, ensuring the system can show instead the last 20 days, 40 days, 90 days. These are discussions we need to have. Different data sets, pattern detection, longer data sets. Okay, sorry. I thought you wanted to make an intervention. No problem. Let's move on. Then multi-factor authentication is a big issue. We're talking about ensuring the security of the platform, but there's a balance to be had between, thank you, Sergio, investment, risk, usability, and cost. And this is all part of the subcommittee meetings at technical level, and operational needs to get involved in that one as well. So different tech solutions, there are obviously different tech solutions available for that. Operations centers, for example, two-factor authentication we have at the moment requires access to a mobile phone. Some centers do not allow mobile phones in their centers, so that doesn't always work for us. So we look at different solutions for that. But the proposal was, we don't just have one solution, we have a multiple selection of solutions that we can apply the best model to where it's needed. Talked about the mobile application, which I mentioned this morning, and to make that user-friendly, it would have a reduced functionality, but make it secure. So we put in limitations to where it can be accessed from, or we make it global, but then we need to put in other security, obviously. Voice over IP. I mean, I mentioned this morning we have it already, but it's very basic. So there was some good feedback on how we can enhance that. Potentially, we could look at our own service, creating our own server. But Ioris is based on a Microsoft architecture, and there are some really good solutions which we think we can integrate, and Mark concurred with that. Mark's not here, I can't see him. Anyway, he's at the back, yes. So Mark made it a little bit of a introduction to potential solutions for that. But we need to look at enhancing what we have now, and we have limited number of licenses, so we are now expanding exponentially in terms of users and countries and agencies. So a future model needs to ensure we have sufficient licensing for that, and basic functionality that we will add to that, so that there's missed call notification, video call options, which was quite popular. The ability to attach a call to an incident, for example, schedule calls and create group calls. So this is new ideas that we hadn't thought of before. So all these were very welcome. We talked a little bit about accessing external databases, aligning information, for example, list of suspect vessels. The legal issue came in there. Do we do that as a global thing? Then the legal aspects will really kick in, or do we make that something that a country or an agency could do privately within their area? These are discussions we need to have to see if that's something. Consider external database access that we could integrate into Ioris, for example, weather, Met, on request. I've mentioned Equisys and Lloyd's just as an example, so you know what I'm talking about. But of course, there will be a cost and licensing consideration there, but this is something that I think people are interested in potentially. That's it. We could have done with another couple of hours, but a good discussion was had anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I think you already discussed quite a good number of topics, which is very good in such a short period of time. So congratulations for that. Next, please, a report on CDK2, please.
Yes, thank you. Well, actually, syndicate number 2 was more than a syndicate. What we actually had was the second meeting of the South Indian Ocean MRCC's working group, which was created about a year ago by my team there on our initiative. And this second meeting was held, was co-chaired by Mr. Jared Blows, who is the Cape Town MRCC chief, and myself. And around the table, physically present, we had our colleagues from MRCC Tanzania, we had MRCC Madagascar, we also had our colleagues from MRCC Seychelles, and we had MRCC Maputo, MRCC Mozambique. Connected by VTC, we had the co-chairman, the chief of Cape Town MRCC. We had RCC Australia, was 6 hours later for them, so thanks to them. And we had Comoros MRSC, so it was all of us represented, but Mauritius, to the exception of Mauritius. And what will be of interest to you at Ioris is that it was said at numerous times, it was said that
a platform for sharing information between MRCCs was needed. So we're talking about community areas this morning. Actually, what the meeting we had was, it was actually a pre-existing community with like-minded people. People already know each other. And this community is willing to use Ioris in a number of areas which I'm going to review now. Good news, at the moment, first of all, we need to host the Secretariat. We need to make sure that this MRCC is going to be enduringly valuable. So we reviewed the terms of reference and we agreed on the terms of reference. So the Secretariat will upload, so we'll create a community area, so South Indian Ocean Region MRCC's community area, and we will upload in there the minutes of the meetings, the agenda of the meetings, the presentations that are shared. And what's of most value to us as SAR professionals is that we will share any operational document, especially standard operational procedures in that file. So for example, one of the issues we discussed today is how to deal with container ships on fire. So we had very interesting presentations from the Director of Navy Operations of Sri Lankan Navy. Thank you very much, Commodore. Well, another presentation from Cape Town MRCC. And so what we'll do, actually, Reunion MRCC, Australia MRCC, and South Africa MRCC, we will upload our operational procedures on dealing with such cases. So basically, this is what questions we ask to the vessel when the actual distress alert is received at the MRCC. So that's a firm decision. Then there were many ideas that were discussed. One of them is how to better transfer SAR mission coordination from one MRCC to another. The MRCCs for whom the need is most pressing is those MRCCs who act as points of contact. So it can be either national point of contact or Coast Pass SAR-SAT point of contact. So that's the case of South Africa, and that's also the case of Larian MRCC, because we receive, on behalf of those two states, we receive the Coast Pass SAR-SAT alerts for the EPIRBs that are registered in Comoros and Madagascar. And at the moment, we'll transfer those operations to them. We actually use the phone, we use WhatsApp, but we found that if we used a platform where we could have the AIS layer, AIS flows, where we could have a marine chart, it would be a manner of empowering the destinies of those alerts, namely Madagascar and Comoros, because whereas at the moment, for example, when they're dealing with an overdue fishing vessel or the Coast Pass SAR-SAT distress alert, they request our support in the second stage for broadcasting Mayday relays, especially by what's called the enhanced group call. And we actually get to draw the area where we broadcast those messages for them. Whereas if they used Ioris, they could actually draw the area themselves, because they are the ones who know the areas better. I have no idea about the fisheries, Comoros fisheries. So they would be empowered to actually get to decide where their messages are broadcast. So this is an idea, but because those are bilateral or regional agreements between MRCCs, this is something we will discuss in a bilateral manner. But tomorrow, if Comoros agrees, if Madagascar agrees that it makes operational sense for them, La Réunion, as their Coast Pass SAR-SAT point of contact, will be happy to use Ioris to transfer that information to them. And then there was maybe the most interesting case is where we are dealing with major casualties, events that are really crises and are going to request important resources, regional cooperation. So, for example, there was the case of, a case in point was merchant vessels on fire. We all agreed that it would be great to have a common platform, but it is something we need to have a clearer idea about. And what we agreed on is that the best way to know how this could be of operational relevance would be to organize an exercise, regional exercise on dealing with such a case. So this is a request that's for Crimario actually, for Olivier. Would it be possible to head to your roadmap or workload for next year maybe, the organization of a SAR exercise, regional SAR exercise, based on the scenario of a container ship on fire? No. I will help you. Well, thanks very much. But it's been a very interesting and fruitful meeting, and I would like to extend my thanks to the Crimario team, not only for the well, first of all, for the technical feats, because 10 minutes before the meeting was due to start, we had no VTC, but in the end we had VTC, we had everything we needed, so thank you. And thank you also for covering the costs of some of the participants, because it is always better when we get to know each other. And actually I didn't even know that there was a representative, Emmanuel, of MRCC Tanzania in the attendance, and this is another thing to bring home, another interesting thing that happened today. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Commander, and I think we are all glad to see that the syndicates not only provided results for Crimario, but also supported other elements or other interests of search and rescue aspects, that it's a very important one in the maritime domain. Okay, we go next to the Syndicate 3. So please, it will be a joint presentation.
Yes. For the Syndicate number 3, we spoke about some operations and exercise with Ioris. So I will let Olivier and Bjorn to speak about their subgroup 3A and 3B.
All right. 3A, we talked about community areas and the benefit and creation of it. I can safely say that everybody agrees that there is a great benefit about community areas. There is a very good possibility to have community areas for search and rescue and HADR without any further steps necessary. But we have identified that there might be an issue when we have community areas that will handle items that need legal matters, so crime-related items, where it might be needed that there's a memorandum of understanding between the different countries to avoid any legal complications afterwards. So this is something that we need to investigate. Although the will is there to have these community areas for these topics as well, this is one of the possible complications that we might see. Now, another use for the community areas would be to link the IFCs around the area, around the Indian Ocean. To link them all together, to be able to have these areas where they can share the information and also share enhanced information, where they have dig deeper in a certain topic and then have more information, more specific information for that area. So it would be good to have community areas of a few countries as well, because then you can split and divide the area, the bigger area, into smaller ones where you have more relevance of information of some sort. So that would be a good idea as well. Day-to-day use would be, of course, a possibility for community areas as well. And then, of course, when we have other incidents, then we create a new area and invite all the people that are concerned to join that new area. Another point that was raised, but that was a little bit, that's not to do with community areas, but is a very valid point as well, is the legitimacy of data. So the data that Ioris is providing to get not a verification, but a certification that it can be used in a court of law, because sometimes the information that is received through certain sources is not admissible in law. So this is something that we need to investigate for the future. I think I covered everything. So that's all for 3A.
Regarding 3 Bravo, we were 6 in the room, including myself, UNAFOR and Interpol. So the discussion were short, I would say, but let us say we have there was some misunderstanding about about the Ioris communities, and I would like to confirm or to have the confirmation that, of course, it's proposal. It's absolutely not binding to be part of it, am I understanding correctly? So there is absolutely no obligation, and of course you are encouraged to create your own communities. So there was some misunderstanding about that. So you have total freedom to create the community that best fit your need. Secondly, we were actually a little bit far from training or operation, but I answered the question I had. The national POC, it is hard to have a national point of contact, and there is a preference for point of contact by agency. So I understand the concern. We understand the concern. I let Martin to deal with that a little bit later. Having one national POC is of course very convenient for us, but we do understand that in some countries it is difficult when you have numerous administrations to have only one point of contact. And that's all. After that, I answered the question, a technical question about Ioris. Basically, it fits the need regarding training and operation. I didn't have any additional requests. And that's all. I would add. No, it's okay. It's okay. So far, so good. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. Thank you, Bjorn and Syndicate 3. There is any other remarks from Syndicate 3? Okay, good. Yes, I think that would be all concerning the Syndicate reports. We are definitely going to consolidate these reports into a more coherent and structured report that we will probably share with you, because these elements we are normally going to discuss further, and they will be discussed further because, of course, all these elements and challenges and questions cannot be solved today. Good. With that, I would like to thank very much the Syndicate rapporteur. Yes, we have a question. I was thinking about the syndicates, not the entire.
I think, no, for sure there will be a comprehensive report with the recommendations, because otherwise us meeting here today would be futile, right? To move forward, you all need to have a report in your hands, which you can report back, common frequency for the next steps, etc., etc. Just give us a bit of a chance, because we need a break.
It's always funny when it's Interpol requesting for a report, you know. It's worrying for a syndicate rapporteur, you know. It's worrying when it's Interpol, you know.
Yes, I understood there is another question, please.
So the idea is that, let's say, for example, we're dealing with the countries which would normally be in ASEAN, the 10 countries, okay? Obviously, you will have the many agencies inside there, okay? And the thinking is that the countries which are inside this cluster will then decide amongst themselves who will be chair. Now, in the case of the clusters according to regional organization, we have to try and define a bit, because the DCOC is probably a step ahead of other regional organizations because they are agreed to test Ioris. So perhaps they can come to an agreement on who will be chair. But you might have other regional organizations which haven't heard of Ioris, but at least the countries which are inside that area of the regional organization can decide on a chair. It's an evolving process. It's a learning process. Okay, we're in this together. We see how we go forward. But this is the concept that we taught in the 40 minutes of discussion.
Okay, any other question? Okay, if not, let's give a round of applause to the syndicate rapporteur. Thank you very much. Before we go to the very last part of our conference, I would like just to invite our colleague from Expertise France, Laetitia, for some logistical comments. Announce.
Hi everybody, so very quickly, for those leaving tomorrow after 5 p.m., you can have a late checkout and lunch at the hotel. For those leaving before, please, for everybody, please ask at the reception desk for your pickups, the exact time of the pickup. For those leaving before 5 p.m., checkout is at 12. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Laetitia. I think that is very important, the logistical aspect, especially the checkout. I think everybody, any of us have experienced, let's say, challenges with the checkout, so we try to fix that for the participants. So thank you very much, Laetitia. Now, without further ado, I would invite the distinguished guests that will provide closing remarks to the table here. So first of all, Colonel Jan Atala, the Chief of Staff of the Seychelles Defense Forces. Please, sir. And then the Head of Cooperation in the EU Delegation to Seychelles, Mr. Mirko Van Gool. And of course, for the final conclusions, the Director of Primario, Mr. Martin Kauki-Inglot. So please come to the table. So I will leave the floor up to you, please. So first, Colonel, please.
flag and general officers, distinguished delegates, senior officers, senior Cremario staff, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As the Chief of Staff of the Seychelles Defense Forces, I am honored to address this august gathering of military, law enforcement, and civilian fraternity from our region and beyond on the culmination of what has been a very packed and intense 2 days of presentations, exercises, and deliberations around a variety of topics revolving around maritime safety and security. Through our very own experience throughout the years, and as a maritime state with an immense maritime zone and our jurisdiction, we have come to appreciate the benefit of such a vast area and what it represents to us as a nation, which existence is intricately linked to the sea. Likewise, we have been able to experience and understand the various challenges within the maritime domain and the difficulty that exists in mitigating such challenges. From the presentation, exercise, and deliberations, we have come to note that it is no surprise that such challenges are not ours only, but are somewhat common for other countries and regions. It is clear and evident that no country or entity, however powerful or equipped it may be, can deal with such challenges alone, as such issues have a transboundary and has an international dimension. As a responsible state, Seychelles is always supportive of initiatives geared towards building upon existing national, regional, and multilateral measures to support a more effective utilization of resources for enhanced cross-border cooperation and sharing of knowledge, experiences, and best practices to secure the Indian Ocean and strengthening maritime cooperation for a peaceful, stable, and prosperous region. As our respective governments work to address issues of maritime safety and security through a broad range of activities aimed to enhance international cooperation in security and governance, to successfully tackle challenges faced by the region, we as practitioners have been offered various practical alternatives. One of such tools in our region, in our toolbox, has certainly been the focus of this two-day conference. That is, of course, the Ioris platform. As stated before, maritime security is crucial for the socio-economic development of our country. So to effectively deal with security and safety issues in such a vast area with limited resources, it's not an easy task. So we have to be smart in the way in which we approach and deal with maritime security issues. And the effective use of technology and adapted communication platform is certainly the way to go. There are certainly many of such platforms available and being developed and used all over the world. However, from our own experience, we have been able to gauge that Ioris is an excellent maritime information exchange platform and incident management tool that can certainly be of great use for managing situations at sea. Our operation centers, for instance, have been using it for some time, and Ioris is amongst one of the platforms that have been employed to coordinate search and rescue operations, for instance, whereby it has assisted in the successful coordination for provision of aid to distressed people at sea. Both the National Information Sharing Coordination Center and the Regional Center for Operation Coordination, based in Seychelles, have been active users of the platform and have indicated their appreciation for its efficacy and performance, complemented, of course, by other tools that work in tandem with the platform. Seychelles recognizes the role of Ioris, and we will definitely engage other local entities and encourage them to make effective use of the system. And of course, make a plea to all our regional and international partners present to use it and exploit it to the maximum. And also to urge them to provide feedbacks to Mr. Martin and his team so that the platform can be improved further, ensuring that it really meets our requirements as situation evolves. I have no doubt that Ioris will be a game changer in the contributions we all make to improve maritime security, peace, and regional stability. Ladies and gentlemen, as a devoted partner, Seychelles remains committed in its leadership role and doing its fair share in ensuring that our waters and the region remain safe and secure. Hence, our continued engagement and commitment at both national and regional level. On behalf of the Chief of the Defense Forces, I thank the EU, Cremaio, and the Ioris team for partnering with us and choosing Seychelles for this first conference, which I hope will not be the last. And we look forward to our continued partnership in the future. Besides presentations and exercises, the conference has brought all of us together, and I'm sure the informal interactions, networking, and people-to-people contact will also contribute to enhance the information sharing and coordination networks amongst us. I urge all participants to use the knowledge gained and the links established to ensure that it eventually contributes to solving real-life issues within our maritime space. It has been a privilege for us here in Seychelles to host you, and I hope that you, as our guests, have not only benefited through the conference, but also have enjoyed the Seychelles hospitality and the beauty of our islands. If not, because of your busy schedule, we encourage you and your family to visit us again in the future. I thank the SDF personnel from the Coast Guard and the Defense Academy and the local contractors who have contributed and collaborated with Cremaio team to make the conference a success. And all the local participants who have been present, made presentations and meaningful contributions during the 2 days. It remains for me to wish all our friends from overseas bon voyage and a safe trip back home. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Colonel Atala, for such a nice words and for encouragement and for your hospitality. That was very much useful, and we enjoyed and we really much appreciated your help and support. Thank you very much. And now I invite to give us his concluding remarks, Mr. Van Moon. Thank you.
Dear colleagues and friends, first I would like to thank all of you for the 2 days of intense and highly fruitful discussions and presentations. Based on the various interventions, I must say that there is indeed a great commitment to address transnational maritime security threats through collaboration and partnership via an effective information exchange mechanism. The effectiveness of Ioris as an information exchange tool clearly demonstrates the practical ways to enhance exchange information at various levels, both national and regional levels. You have been shown by the technical experts what Ioris can do and will do in the future and how it can help in your daily operations to enhance military governance. Indeed, I'm very pleased to note that both the Regional Maritime Information Fusion Center in Madagascar and the Regional Coordination of Operations Center here in Seychelles are extensively using Ioris in their daily operations and in conducting regional exercises. The EU has over the years developed an effective partnership in maritime security with all the countries of the region. Since the beginning of the problem of piracy off the Somalian coast, the EU has been working in partnership with the countries of the region through several initiatives and projects, and in particular the UNAFOR Atalanta operations, the MASA program, Crimario, and the Port Security program. And there is every intention on the part of the EU to continue this strong partnership in the years to come with the financial support to back it up. Several milestones have been achieved with all these EU-funded programs working in coherence and complementarity with each other. The successful trial and prosecution of pirates with the support of the countries of the region as well as international partners have today yielded impressive results. So much so that following a request from the countries of the region, and in particular from the contact group, the UNAFOR Atalanta mandate has been extended to include drugs and arms trafficking. The signature of the two MASA regional agreements for information exchange at regional level and joint actions at sea allows to generate situational awareness on all activities at sea and to take necessary decisions and actions to address maritime threats. Let me seize this opportunity to commend the first joint operations at sea between Mauritius and Seychelles under the MASA program 2 weeks back. This resulted into the seizure of a vessel for IUU fishing in the joint management area of Seychelles and Mauritius with the full involvement of the two regional maritime centers, the RCOC and the RMIFC, as well as the Seychelles and Mauritius Coast Guards. Any action at sea cannot be undertaken if there is no proper mechanism for information exchange among countries of the region. And indeed, development of the Ioris information exchange platform as a secure information sharing and incident management tool enables countries to set up a collaborative working environment to improve the understanding of the maritime domain and coordinate operations when incidents at sea occur. Work is also in progress to reinforce the capacities of maritime, ports authorities and national law enforcement agencies to enhance port security and maritime safety of navigation in the region. Only by working together with good tools such as Ioris, countries will be able to enhance ocean governance and tackle the illegal actions taking place in the region. We are here today to give a strong and loud signal to all traffickers. The countries of the region are embarking on something unprecedented, and you will have a difficult time ahead as we are dedicated to ensure maritime security and safety. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Gogh. And thank you for supporting also the EU Crimario. And now I would invite for the last remarks and to conclude our conference, the Director of Crimario, Mr. Kaukingo, please.
Thank you, Alex, and good afternoon all. I haven't got a very long speech. A lot has been said. I'd just like to go through the conference and briefly discuss the points we went through in the different sessions. First of all, you recall at the beginning we went through briefs from various members of the audience who explained the challenges that they're facing, and we tried to give a description of how Ioris can support the fight against certain threats. Then we had briefers who described how Ioris is already benefiting them. And this morning we went to look towards the future in how
Ioris is going to develop, can develop in terms of technology. And we also looked at the policy side of business. We were gracious enough to have the US, who traveled from Washington to join us for 2 days. And so a big thank you, Mark and Dave, for joining us, and to you and ODC, who has already left. Then this afternoon, I think that's when we really went into action, into business, based on the information that you patiently heard over the last day and a half. And, you know, it was an honor to hear that for the first time we have a community area being formally established to deal with search and rescue in the southern Indian Ocean. Hopefully this example now can be taken to the northern Indian Ocean and maybe to the Pacific. So search and rescue is always a very good and easy basis where to start. Moving ahead, we have the steering committee meeting coming up in March, and I hope I will see many of you there. In the meantime, there are a number of countries who have to decide whether they'd like to join this great network we have going forward. We will provide all the support and information you require to hopefully join us. And I know there are certain countries which are awaiting our support from the Camario side, and we will pledge to provide training so that by the time of March you can sit at the table with us. Last but not least, I think now it's time for the thank yous. First of all, I'd like to thank all the partners from the region which took time out of your calendars to join us for this exceptional meeting. And I thank you for all your contributions and your patience for sitting down and listening for so long. I'd like to thank also especially the Seychelles, first of all the Ministry of Interior, who co-organized the event with us. It's always important that you have a partner country. The Seychelles People Defense Force, Brigadier Rosette and Jonathala, who provided us the facility, the transport, the catering facilities. Yeah, that was all thanks to the Seychelles, and a big thank you for that. We had lots of support from the EU, surprise, surprise, but particularly the EU delegation, Milko, who set the scene and wrote the first letters to the Seychelles and then supported us along this path. But then we had also various EU actors who also joined us, from operations, from missions, from think tanks. So all these contributed to our great effort. Then we had the Camario team, the guys behind the scenes doing the coordination, the IT support. We had the briefers who came up this morning and who briefed. So thank you for the Camario team for all your patience with me. And then Expertise France. Expertise France, we have Letitia, the project manager. I'm not seeing her in the room. She's outside. Do you want to call her in so she can hear the people applaud, and Aurora as well? Okay, I'll move to the last 3 points I have until we get the Expertise France team inside. So basically, now when you're leaving the hall outside, you have a photo of the group photo we had together as a souvenir to take home with you. We will be drafting a report, obviously, especially with the recommendations which came out of the syndicates. And for those who would like to see the operational platform in action, after the session today at 5 p.m. We are going to have a live demonstration. You know, we've had internet challenges over the last 2 days. Unfortunately, I'm informed that now we have a solid internet connection. So we're going to demonstrate how Ioris can be used in action. So you can ask your live questions now on the live system. So unfortunately, Letitia and Aurora are nowhere to be. They went to pay the bills, there you are. So anyway, if it wasn't for Aurore, who looked after all the flights, it must have been, you know, a huge headache for her. And Letitia, they've been extremely supportive. Yeah. And with that, I conclude the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor, a pleasure, and you have given us a lot of courage to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. So that comes now to my pleasure to thank you for your patience and to accept me for being your moderator. And I take a great pleasure in thanking you and to have the opportunity to happily conclude this conference. Thank you very much to all.